This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at noon on your Thursday afternoon, or I like to call it your Baby Friday. We are taking a live look here in downtown Milwaukee from our Modern camera. Really a gorgeous day here in Milwaukee. The sun is shining, the sky is blue. Sitting right now at 76 degrees. We're approaching that high for the day, which is 80 degrees. And our weather experts are really telling us, get outside today, get outside tomorrow, because storm chances appear to be kind of ramping up for this weekend as well as the early parts of next week. But for now, absolutely gorgeous Friday or Thursday afternoon. I wish it was Friday. Taking a live look here at Mitchell International Airport as well. Another great day to fly. I know Carl Deffenbaugh is back on Wake Up today after being on vacation, and he was just saying how much he loves flying out of Mitchell International Airport. I flew out of here last weekend, and of course, it is the fastest you'll ever get through security. I'm always a huge fan of the recombobulation area, and I feel like my flights are always leaving pretty close to on time as well whenever I'm flying out of Mitchell International Airport. So definitely an amazing opportunity we have right here in Milwaukee whenever we need to fly to or from our city. But hopefully you're sticking around Milwaukee for at least the next day or two, as we do have those gorgeous temperatures and just gorgeous weather days in store for us. Thanks so much for coming and tuning into Wisconsin Live Desk. I'll be with you until 1:30. Then Maddie Stelk is taking over, and then eventually we'll also get Mary Stoker-Smith today because we are live and local from noon until 4. And we're going to actually start off by heading a little bit to space here as we talk all about what NASA is launching this weekend, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, which is hoping to really uncover some of those answers that are hiding right now, somewhere in the dark, one panoramic picture at a time. Joining us right now on the Wisconsin Live Desk is Dr. Amy Choi from NASA's Kennedy Space Center to tell us more about the Roman Space Telescope and the upcoming launch. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Yeah, nothing.
Can you hear us, Dr. Choi? Oh, looks like we might be having a slight technical difficulty, so we will see if she can join us here shortly, and we'll hopefully be able to talk all about this telescope. I know I was learning about it earlier during Wake Up when we had one of these interviews, and it is so cool. It looks like it is very much going to advance kind of the future of what they know about space and what they can explore when it comes to the Milky Way, and of course also send back some very intriguing, nice photos. While we work on that technical difficulty, I'm going to quickly have us just dip into some live coverage we're getting right now out of IndyCar. Of course, the Milwaukee Mile race happening this weekend. So we'll listen in briefly to this interview. As soon as we work out that audio issue, we will get you that NASA interview.
I think it was a productive test. I think we had a car last year that was obviously very capable, but very evil to drive. So we've tried to make that a little bit better, make the car a little bit more drivable, and I think ultimately that's just going to give us a better shot at victory here again this weekend.
Yeah, and last year you caught Alex Blue, passed him with 16 laps to go. When you look back at that moment, what kind of stands out to you at that time? Yeah,
I think definitely the last 30-ish laps of the race stands out, obviously. We had a plan before the race that if a late caution came out and we had an opportunity to go on to new tires, we knew that was such an advantage that we were definitely going to do that, almost regardless of what track position that we would lose. So we found ourselves in this very specific situation and, did exactly what we planned for, and it worked out, So looking back at it, I think it was an incredible way to do it, like fighting our way through on the very final stages of the race. And obviously, if there's a guy that you want to beat at the line, it's Alex Palou with how much he's done in IndyCar these past years. So, yeah, man, really, really cool event. Really looking forward to see if we can replicate that this year.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about the tires. That was all pre-planned. I mean, a lot goes into that, so I wasn't sure if that was kind of a last minute, but
yeah, no, it was.
That.
Yeah.
I guess just kind of in general, what stands out about the Milwaukee Mile? There's a lot of history here.
A lot of history here. I think it's the oldest speedway in the country, right? So yeah, it's super cool to be here again, and obviously I've grown my own appreciation for this place with my own history here, even though it's very recent and a very small part of the Trek's history in general. But yeah, man, I'm just excited to be here. Feels good to be back at a racetrack where I know we can be competitive, and again, just looking forward to see what we can do.
Yeah, and a chance to make history here. What would a win mean to you this time around?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be a statement, and we really need it with the way that this year has gone. We've had a very tough year, and you know, I think a win here would be really cool. It would be a really cool way to at least have something to be proud of on the year.
Perfect. Well, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Again, we are listening in right now to a media luncheon that's being held for IndyCar as they return to the Milwaukee Mile this weekend. Got a couple of races in store for you, and you can watch them right here on Fox 6. Hopefully we'll be able to continue to kind of catch some of these drivers as they have media availability, as our PJ, our photojournalist, is able to interview them and ask those questions, because I know a lot of people here are a huge fan of racing, and we are certainly excited that IndyCar is back in Milwaukee this weekend. Still dealing with those technical issues when it comes to the NASA interview, so I don't think we're going to be able to bring that to you today, but it is a very exciting launch for this new telescope, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, that's actually 9 months, I believe, ahead of schedule. So you know, everyone at NASA has been working incredibly hard to get this prepared and ready, and pretty soon it will be launched. And then we were told it should take about 2 to 3 months before we get some of those first images coming back, but I'm sure they will be beautiful as soon as we get them. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:09 on your Thursday afternoon. Let's take another live look here in Milwaukee. Of course, a pretty gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Certainly some clouds out there, and if you look really far into the background, you can see the roof is open at American Family Field. The Brewers coming back to take on the Texas Rangers this weekend. The bad news is that tomorrow's game is sold out, and if you miss that opportunity, I'm bummed because Cole Swindell is doing a post-game concert completely for free, and I would have loved to have been at AmFam, but that is okay because we can still go Saturday or Sunday where they have a myriad of Jackson Churro giveaways. They got a Churro Bowl giveaway for Saturday, and then on Sunday they have a Churro height chart, and that is all about the kids that day. It's family day at the ballpark, which will conclude with the chance to run the weekend. And you know, as we do say, there might be some rain chances. The good news is, as always, we've got that roof. We can close it if needed, and those games will certainly continue. I know we were listening in just moments ago to some of the luncheon, the media availability for IndyCar as we get ready for the Milwaukee Mile to return this weekend. I want to just put up the deets here for you because, as I mentioned, whether or not you make it to the actual racetrack, you can certainly watch the Milwaukee Mile even from the comfort of your own home right here on Fox 6. So yes, we have the Saturday race starting at 1:30 in the afternoon, the Sunday race getting underway at noon, and that luncheon is going to be starting up here shortly. I see one speaker making his way to this stage, so we'll keep our eye on that and try and get you back out there shortly. But speaking of keeping your eyes on things, a reminder, tonight is the night. Keep your eye on the sky. The almost full lunar eclipse happening tonight around 11:13 p.m. where you have the chance to see 96% of the moon covered. I know we're talking with the Milwaukee Astronomical Society yesterday. They are very excited for this opportunity. I know our weather experts are very excited for this opportunity. And again, if you're looking for a place to go and watch it, you can go to the Astronomical Society today. They're doing an open house starting at, I want to say 7:30, running through midnight, and you can watch and learn. They've got different talks scheduled as well. Me personally, I think I'm going to go to bed at my normal time, set an alarm, wake up around 11, and then I'm going to try and go outside, quickly see part of the eclipse, appreciate it in the moment, and then go back to bed. But I do think it will be beautiful, and everyone says the red coloring is going to be stunning of this moon. And again, 96% of the moon is going to be covered. We were joking on Wake Up this morning. You know, we talk a lot about solar eclipses, which are those moments where you need the glasses, and it's actually quite dangerous to kind of look at it with an exposed eye. But here, when it comes to a lunar eclipse, very safe to just look with your own eyes, no glasses needed. And I loved the advice we got yesterday from the Astronomical Society president who joined us, who said, you know, sometimes you get too worried about trying to capture the best photo possible that you forget to just be in the moment, be in the present. And so that was his advice. Someone out there is going to be taking photos with professional equipment. Leave that to them. Look at their photos later. And of course, enjoy the eclipse tonight for yourself. All right, let's get you out live here to the IndyCar Media Luncheon, getting ready for the Milwaukee Mile this weekend. We'll listen in together.
CBS 58 Sports Director, it is always a thrill for me as a son of a dirt track modified guy who grew up with racing, was racing in his blood, to not talk Packers, Brewers, Bucks, Badgers, all that stuff, and to have the wonderful sport with four wheels going around this legendary oval back at the Milwaukee Mile. So this is an absolutely thrill of a weekend for me. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the kickoff for the Snap-on IndyCar weekend, the only doubleheader on the 2026 IndyCar calendar. We have a fun program in store for you today. I know enough to know that I'm standing in between you and lunch, so we're going to keep this on time, on budget, and straightforward. So I'm not going to ad-lib off this script too much. We could not do this without the efforts of the many partners and sponsors who recognize what a thrill it is to bring IndyCar to southeastern Wisconsin. As the title sponsor of this doubleheader, Snap-on's commitment to IndyCar has been well documented. We'd like to take a moment after a round of applause, thank those efforts, as this race weekend would not be possible without their amazing support. So please give Snap-on a round of applause for that. That's absolutely awesome. We're going to talk more about that in a moment, but we'd also obviously like to thank them for their continued and expanded support as an entitlement sponsor of this doubleheader weekend. I would like to welcome the head of motorsports, Snap-on, to share a few remarks on Snap-on's ties to the series and the Milwaukee Mile as well. So Randy Stewart, I believe you are up. Randy, come on up.
Should have started a little earlier. All right, thank you. Thanks for coming out. We are so excited to be here and so excited to have a doubleheader here in Milwaukee, which is in many ways our home. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. And yeah, let's have a good weekend.
Randy, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge some key executives that are joining us for lunch today, and if you could please stand when introduced. Members of the Wisconsin State Fair Park Board of Directors, including Chairman John Yingling, so you can stand. John wearing the stylish coat. You outdid me. I like that. It's like a checkered pattern. Very, very nice. God bless this woman. I work with her son. Representative Christine Sinicki is here as well. So, Christine, they're right there. You can tell Joe I said that. Please text him. Keep him in line. It's impossible. Trust me. I work with him every single night. All right. Representative Jessie Rodriguez is here as well. So, Jessie, she here? All right. She's here in spirit. I apologize. And as well as Peggy Williams-Smith, CEO and president of Visit Milwaukee and all the great things they do, sports-related. Peggy? And I know he's a very busy man, so we're going to get him up here, talk a little bit. Mayor Cavalier Johnson is here. We share loves of wrestling and racing, and he's making both happen, so maybe he'll talk about both. But Cavalier Johnson, come on up.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Well, good afternoon, everybody. What an exciting weekend we have with this doubleheader for IndyCar back in Milwaukee. I am super excited about this. You know, Milwaukee Mile, as many folks in this room know, is the longest continually operating racetrack in the United States of America. And the only way that it can continue to operate is if we have races like this that continue to happen here in Milwaukee. And the reason that the racetrack is in such pristine condition and able to host IndyCar this weekend for the doubleheader is because we have excellent leadership at the Wisconsin State Fair. So I know we've already recognized them, but let's recognize them again. Sherry Black, John Yingling from the Wisconsin State Fair. Give them a round of applause. Because it's with their leadership that we have not just the best state fair in the United States, but we also have these incredible grounds to host other incredible events that attract folks literally from all over the state of Wisconsin, all over the United States, and all over the world to Milwaukee for excellent events like this. So this is going to be an exciting weekend, everybody. I'm pumped about it. I know that folks all around here are as well. I was just, before I got here, checking out some images from previous IndyCar races here, and they were jam-packed. So folks are excited about IndyCar in Milwaukee. They were for the last 3 years. And I can guarantee you folks will be excited and are excited about IndyCar in the years to come. So thanks for having me here, and let's go this weekend, guys. Thanks. Have a good one.
Again, continuing to listen in live here to the IndyCar Media Luncheon as they get ready to welcome back the Milwaukee Mile this weekend to West Allis. Of course, the race is Saturday, Sunday. You can watch them right here on Fox 6. We'll keep our eye on that feed, and I'm sure we'll get back to it in just a little bit, but glad we could catch Mayor Cavalier Johnson while he was speaking at the podium. As we talk about the calendar right now and we look at the end of August, it is back to school time, not just for the kiddos going to elementary or middle or high school, but also for the college kids. So we are being joined right now with Andrew Amuzu, who's on his way back to the station after a busy morning. And you got to go to UW Milwaukee for their move-in day, Andrew. Tell me all about it. I'm sure lots of excited students, maybe some parents sad to see them go, entering this new phase of life.
Yeah, Haley, I mean, you even said it at the top. It was a pretty busy day for us. So we were at many different locations today. When it comes to our UW Milwaukee coverage from this morning, we got there around just before 6 a.m. And a lot of what we got was the setup crew, and really talking about the anticipation. A little bit different from yesterday, of course, but what we did see that was a really big difference between the two are the resources available, not only for the first-year students today, but throughout the entire school year. And so that was really cool to get the behind the scenes to see just how many volunteers were showing up for these first-year students, for their families, spanning a couple dozen U.S. states and a couple dozen countries as well. And so a lot of that was much of our coverage, but also I threw a lot of numbers too. So today is the first day of moving, of course, and they were expecting just under 1,400 students on the day today, but they will continue to have those opportunities to move in for the next few days. And that will, they are expecting pushing 4,000 new students, especially the first year students coming to campus. And so those are some really big numbers that they are definitely expecting. Another number that I've been pointing out even yesterday, but of course today, this is an even bigger number from what we were talking about and what we were reporting on Marquette's campus yesterday, but almost nearly 50%, 43% is the exact number. At UWM, no matter what grade they are, but undergraduate students are first generation students. So I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, how much of a moment, this is significant for the students, but of course for many families, well, especially those, as you can imagine, from countries and different states as well. So definitely a big moment, and we were able to capture a lot of the startup, a lot of the build up into that, and the all hands on deck efforts as well.
Yeah, Andrew, I know yesterday you obviously covered move-in at Marquette, your alma mater. Today you were at UWM for move-in. It makes, I think, anyone go back down memory lane to when we all moved into college and the feelings of excitement. And I'm sure all of the parents love having the help on board. It's always like so challenging when you think, I have to get all this stuff up into my child's dorm. So any helping hands is always welcomed. But I actually have a question for you, Andrew, if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
We created our poll for the show today all about our dorm room essential, because I know when I went back to school, I was very much wanting to make sure that I had everything that I would need. So what was your dorm room essential? And these are your options. You've got a mini fridge, bed risers, an electric kettle / Keurig, a microwave, maybe it was a mattress topper, or comfy bedding. And while Andrew considers these options, a reminder to all of our viewers, we want to hear from you as well. So to cast your vote, go to fox6now.com/poll, or you can always scan that QR code right on the kind of right side of the screen there. All right, Andrew, how are you voting today?
I just saw mini fridge, the number for that increase while you were talking. And so I'm really, first and foremost, I was going to say, is there an option for both or for a lot of these things? I'm going between mini fridge and microwave.
Yeah.
My mom, she had the really cool idea. I would have never thought to add a mattress topper. Oh, see, the mini fridge continues to go up. I never would have thought a mattress topper, but it does make a difference because the mattresses that they give you for some of these dorms, man, I'm telling you, oh my gosh.
They are not always the most comfortable.
Exactly. I would probably, oh my gosh, mini fridge and microwave, I feel like they go hand in hand. I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna think out loud right now. Okay. So
yeah, walk us through the process.
Yes, here's the process journalism that you've been looking for all day. So I like to eat oatmeal in the morning, and I feel like that's always a really good go-to, especially if I'm doing work in my room, or if there's like microwavable mac and cheese, or even like popcorn or something like that, or if you have leftovers from the dining hall, that came in clutch. Now the mini fridge, see, when you have a roommate, one person grabs the other, and the other person might grab the other one too. A mini fridge is also essential too, because if you have leftovers, where are you gonna put it? You need the mini fridge. This is tough. All right, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna phone a friend here, our photojournalist Mike Pasuik. Mike, I know you're driving right now, but there are a list of essentials, college dorm essentials. I'm going in between mini fridge and microwave, but they also have bed risers, mattress topper, an electric kettle or Keurig, or comfy bedding. Oh, I guess comfy bedding, because you need the comforter. You need a pillow.
You'll have to translate, Andrew. We can't hear Mike's thoughts, just so you know.
Not gonna get much sleep in college, but sleeping should be comfortable. Yes. Haley, were you able to hear that last part?
No. Can you actually put the AirPods back in? That will help.
my bad. All right, Haley, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so Mike actually, he is leaning towards comfy bedding.
Okay.
And honestly, when I looked at that, whoever made the list, props to them. I mean, this is a stellar list. It really makes people think. Sometimes these lists can be very obvious. Comfy bedding is really crucial, okay? Because listen, I think mini fridges is up there. It's definitely top 3. But comfy bedding, if you're not sleeping well or you don't at least have a comforter, on top of, the mattress, forget the mattress topper. If you don't even have a comfy comforter or a pillow, I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, it's already kind of uncomfortable. Why make it worse for you? So you know what? I'm going team Mike Pasuik here, and I'm going to lean more comfy bedding. And then I'd probably say mini fridge number 2 and then microwave 3.
Yeah. I know it's hard, Andrew, because I think back to like my dorm rooms. I had all of these things, so only choosing one is a challenge.
Exactly.
And to your point, yes, like I brought the mini fridge, my roommate brought the microwave. My bed for me was like the most important thing, so I wanted like the cute bedding that was super comfortable. I definitely had a mattress topper. I put my bed on bed risers to get that storage underneath your bed because your dorm room is small. I guess I didn't have an electric kettle, but that would be so nice for your oatmeal. That'd be nice for your mac and cheese. You can just warm the water instead of even needing a microwave. But I will say, I do feel like all of my dorm rooms had a lounge on a floor that also had a fridge and microwave. So if I only had to choose one here, I'd probably go for the comfy bedding as well.
And Haley, I'll add this too, because I know Maddie was hosting it yesterday when I was on. And the specific dorm that I was in had a dining hall right below it.
Nice.
So that also kind of was nice too. And that also came with, hot water. If you wanted coffee, you can go get it. If you wanted tea, you can go do that as well. As far as the oatmeal goes, we had, I just bought some bowls, some microwavable bowls that, you just put the oats in, the microwavable oats and everything like that. But you make a really good point. Comfy bedding is an essential for sure.
I also think it was a place, it was my opportunity too, Andrew, to almost show some of my personality, because so many of the dorm rooms look the same, but it was like your bedding was your chance to be you and could maybe be different.
I feel like we're forgetting something here though. I think we could, can we pull up the poll again?
Yep, here it is.
I think we might need to swap mattress topper or bed risers. I think a lot of them come with the bed. Like you can like loft up your mattress. See, now that number's going up, of course, right when I say it. I think TV might have to be in there.
Oh,
a TV might need to be included.
Andrew, that is a good point. We did forget the TV.
That's an essential. I'm sorry, especially like 21st century. At first, I was gonna say video game system, but not everybody, video games. But I know a lot of my floor were playing games, but my floor was cold, so I don't think the same thing for floor as well.
Yeah,
TV was essential, though.
I think all my dorm rooms, I also brought a TV, so that is a very fair addition that Andrew Amuzu is making right now on the Wisconsin Live Desk. As a reminder to our viewers, we want to hear from you. We'll keep checking in on the poll. We already are seeing the numbers change, which we appreciate. So if you want to cast your vote, fox6now.com/poll, or of course, scan that QR code on the right-hand side of your screen. Andrew Amuzu joining us via Zoom as he makes his way back to the station. And of course, a very exciting day at UW Milwaukee as they move in those first students for a new school year, Andrew.
Yeah, we were also at MSOE too. I don't want to forget that. We literally just at UW Milwaukee. But MSOE was also popping as well. A lot less students, as you could imagine, but we were in the elevators as people were moving things around, and they had a lot of. It's very interesting to see the difference between like a downtown campus versus a campus like UW Milwaukee. But a lot of that was going on. And real quick, I want to mention this too. A really cool number that we were reporting on this morning at UWM, more than 10,000 pounds of cardboard they were expecting to recycle because of moving. And I think that's such a really cool number to throw out there. Just speaks to how many people are bringing so many things, especially things that you might deem as unnecessary in the end, but also, what these universities are doing to make sure that it's also environmentally safe too.
Yes.
So 10,000 pounds of cardboard.
Do love to hear
recycled.
they're putting the effort in there to make sure it gets recycled, not end up in a landfill. Because yes, I think a lot of Amazon packages were probably ordered with a lot of those dorm room essentials. Andrew Amuzu here reporting live for us out of the truck. Andrew, thanks for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as we continue to talk back to school and college move-in. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Then we're going to check in with Brett Lemoyne. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:32 on your Thursday afternoon. I've done that twice now. I clearly wish that it was Friday. We're almost there. It's Baby Friday. It is Thursday, 76 degrees right now. Again, high of 80, so just about to your high temperature for the day, but a good opportunity to get outside as we see a lot of the sun shining right now. No rain in the forecast today, which will change later on in the weekend. Just joined with Andrew Amuzu as we talked back to school, moving in at college dorms. Of course, it's that time of year that brings a lot of excitement. Now we're going to talk maybe back to school equipment, maybe a different essential or a different tool that you might want to have on hand. Brett Lemoyne joining us right now. And Brett, this is really cool. It's kind of a new invention that a man just made using AI, and really it's a good safety tool for anyone to have, Brett.
It really is. We're talking about jewelry that's practical, functional, and elegant too. Haley, I know I got your attention now. Look at this. This is it. This is what we're talking about.
Stunning.
Here. Very, very nice. And it is timely as well, because I know you were just talking with Andrew about back to school, and there's certainly a market for this. I want to bring in the CEO of the company, Alex Serrett. You have a lovely French accent, so thank you so much. We just want to preface that by letting everybody know you created this, and it really kind of came out of something that was very tragic that happened to your partner.
Yeah. So we started this in Switzerland after one of my partner got sexually assaulted. And so the whole idea was, how do we protect the people we love and protect ourselves with seamless piece that you can wear in the daily life.
Yeah. And so basically what it is it's this bracelet. You have one on your wrist right now. It's a bracelet that is essentially an emergency alert that you can send to your loved ones, to an emergency contact that you have, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So by just clicking 2 times in the middle part, which is the enamel, it will share your live location and an emergency phone call to up to 5 of your contacts. So yeah,
Wow.
that's exactly how it works.
And so, and it goes, it's connected by Bluetooth, this device. The battery lasts for many, many years,
Yes.
correct?
Sorry.
And that's it.
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
the
it's-
alert.
Yeah, so this is the alert that you can see with an emergency phone call that will alert your loved one that you're in danger. And a text messages with the live location of the user for the next 48 hours.
Wow. So GPS obviously utilizes the GPS location. We're here at WCTC, so you can see that's exactly where we are on the map. This is practical in what sense? This is able to, if someone is in danger, if someone is thinking that they were being followed or they're lost, for example, this gets...
This product is really for the everyday life. It integrates to everything. It's a piece of jewelry. It's discreet. And for any occasion, just for you to be serene, have more peace of mind, that's really the use case of Select.
Yeah, and it's gorgeous too. Explain, this is made in Geneva, correct?
So yeah, the pieces is designed in Geneva, and we work only with gold 24 karat plated, silver 925 plated, or rose gold plated, and enamel, with, as you said, a battery life of up to 2 years with a changeable battery, and also the product are water resistant, so they can really suit the everyday life of people.
And one of the biggest kind of demographics that you have is that young women, 18 to, what would you say is the demographic?
Yeah, around, I would say the majority is around 16 to 25, mainly going to college, university, when people start going out at night. We also have a lot of people, executive that travels around the world. This product works anywhere around the world, so that's very useful for their daily life.
So you've been working, Sarah has been working with Generator, which is a company locally here that kind of helps startups and kind of incubates them, helps them flourish. Explain what your relationship is with Generator.
So Generator is very important for us in terms of all US development. Today, the United States is our main market. We are expanding the company here, opening our 8th quarter here in the US. And Generator have been very helpful in terms of promoting and meeting also the right stakeholder.
Cool. For those of us watching here, including Haley, I imagine, you're actually offering kind of a nice discount for our viewers on Fox 6. What can they do?
Yeah, we should. So you can just simply go to Sarah.com and by just putting FOX6, you will have a little mystery discount. I'll let you discover that.
All right, excellent. That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. Retail is around about $300, roughly, we'd say?
Yeah. For the gold pieces, it can be a bit lower for the silver and a bit higher for the rose gold, but yes.
Excellent. Okay, Alex, well, thank you so much. Haley, there you go. This is something that's really cool. We're going to dive into more of kind of what Generator has done, how WCTC fits into this as well in our full report that'll air tonight on Fox Local and on Fox 6 News at 5. But certainly a unique product here that is got international flair, but is being really honed and developed here in Wisconsin too, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think it's a product that certainly provides peace of mind both to the individual wearing the bracelet, but I imagine to that person's loved ones as well. I have 2 quick questions for you, Brett. Number 1, is there any sort of a subscription that's necessary as part of the bracelet?
That's a great question. There's no subscription for this product at all. So it's a one-time cost. You buy it, and then you just have to kind of input the emergency contacts and what your message would be. But no, there is no subscription.
No, that's great. I feel like sometimes that's that sneaky cost that gets you every month. So to hear that you don't need one is welcome news here. Okay, the other question's more fun, Brett. I know there's rose gold, gold, and silver. Which one do you fancy?
Oh gosh, well, silver would be for me, but they have so many different options, and you can find those on their website as well. And as Alex showed his too, I mean, you got that kind of like leathery strap that you can have as well. They said men aren't the target demographic here, but there are some that purchase them. But of course, Alex has to represent, right, because it's his product. But yeah, I think you can't go wrong. It's a pretty cool device, not just in terms of looks, but in terms of function as well.
No, absolutely. I think this is a great product, and to your point, so cool to know that a lot of it is happening right here in Waukesha County, even though it's kind of making waves around the world. So, Brett, appreciate you so much giving us a few minutes here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And to your point, full report coming up later today in our afternoon newscast. But that is Brett Lemoyne reporting live for us. I am currently on the website because I do think these are gorgeous, and I love that there is that safety component to it. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:42 on your Thursday afternoon. Wanted to get us back out here for a little bit to that IndyCar Media Luncheon that's underway as we listen into some of these interviews that they are conducting with some of the racers, some of the drivers, some of those participants. Let's listen in together.
So it usually
Made in this building.
If you do it
Right over there.
Yeah, if you do it Christian style, you end up with wearing it pretty much. So
I heard about that smashed on his face or something. I need to see a video of that. But no, I mean, it's good to be back here in Milwaukee. This place is statistically provides the most overtakes. I don't know if that's, don't quote me on that. I think that was in a meeting recently. So it's a busy race for us. It's action-packed. And I mean, you know, we've always had a strong car here. I remember one year we were starting maybe P3, and I think Joseph and we managed to crash before the race even started. But we'll blame that on my old teammate Linus. And it's a cool race. It's a cool vibe, and I enjoy being here.
you are really good on the ovals. A couple of top fives, I believe, on Indy, and then where else am I thinking of? Oh, St. Louis, perhaps? No? Yes? Maybe? No? Hang on a second. Let me just. Oh, Phoenix. That's right, Phoenix, and then of course St. Louis. You got a strong finish. So, good luck this weekend, and good luck on getting the cheese curds. We can hook you up at some point, probably. Right? We're in the right state, for crying out loud. Yeah. Marcus Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus. All right. He drives the aptly named Snap-on Team Penske Chevrolet. Please welcome Joseph Newgarden. Joseph. Okay, Marcus brings up a good point. What do you enjoy the most when you come to Wisconsin? Cheese, sausage, or beer?
Oh, cheese for sure. The sausage is good too, but it's a great state. You know, we love coming up here. We like having two events, you know, in this area. We obviously love going up a little bit north to Road America, and then you can't beat the history of the Milwaukee Mile. So, you know, it was fun to talk to or to listen to everybody, especially what Sherry spoke about. this place always reminds me of the Indianapolis 500 in that everybody has a story because there's so much history here. That's the best part about this race is people like coming here with their families. I'm excited to bring my boys up here this weekend. They're excited to watch a race, so we're going to make a little history ourselves. But everything about it, I think these type of tracks are always fun to drive. I think they're even more fun to watch when you're a fan, and that's what makes it such a great track to come out to with your family. So yeah, we're going to try to make the most of it. Never won a race here and would love to this weekend.
I think this will be your 8th and 9th start here on the mile. You've been very good. You still haven't won, though. A couple wins earlier this year. I think this might be your weekend. I don't know. What do you think?
It's hard. I mean, this is a very difficult championship nowadays. Everybody's good. You got to give respect to all your competitors and teams. It's tough. I mean, it's really tough to win. So I think that's why you cherish a victory. You see the amount of effort that goes into it, and it's hard-earned for anybody that's able to find victory lane, any team. So for us, there's a little bit of pressure. There's pressure driving for Roger Penske and Team Penske, but having Snap-on in the car and having the great turnout that we're going to have with all the makers and fixtures that we're going to be celebrating, you just want to go out and do a good job. Marcus brought up a great point. We started 2 years ago. I started on the pole position. I didn't even make the green flag, okay? We had all these makers and fixers here.
Again, we are currently listening into the IndyCar luncheon that's underway right now as we get ready for the Milwaukee Mile this weekend. Races on Saturday and on Sunday. You can catch them right here on Fox 6. We'll keep our eye on this luncheon. If it's still happening in a little bit, we'll get you back out there. But certainly cool to get to hear from some of these drivers and racers themselves, especially their favorite part of Wisconsin. Glad to hear there was some cheese curds and beer represented there as options. Of course, it was just a couple days ago here on the Wisconsin Live Desk that we broke the news of Dolly Parton's passing. Certainly news that sent shockwaves not just around the country, but even the world. Just a beloved singer, songwriter, actress, and icon that so many people will miss. And we are continuing to cover, her impacts and the way now that we can choose to remember Dolly Parton. So I want to go ahead and bring in our next guest, Alan Robinette, joining us right now out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I know your Apple House and Winery actually has a Dolly Parton corn maze that's getting ready to open. So I guess for starters, Alan, what was your reaction to the, heartbreaking news of Dolly Parton's passing earlier this week?
Yes, thank you for having me on. It's an interesting feeling. I thought it was a joke at first because there's certain people, certainly entertainment icons, that you feel are kind of immortal. They have this... you have the sense that that person's never going to pass away. They're too good, or they've got it didn't feel real. So this as we're celebrating what initially began as celebrating all of Dolly Parton's life and work is now a little bit more deep, and we are now celebrating her legacy.
Yeah. I guess for starters, too, do you always do your corn maze in the shape of Dolly Parton? Or if this is the first time, what really inspired you to want to make it after her?
Yeah, we do a different design every year. So this was something we had originally planned to do in 2025. But the company that we work with that helps design and cut our maze, the Maze Group out of Utah, they had done a agritourism conference that we went to at Dollywood in spring of 2025. And so that was originally the plan. But as her husband had just passed not long before then, the deal had kind of fallen through and gotten pushed back. So what was originally planned to be the maze design for last year is now this year's maze design.
And Dolly actually, she knew that you guys were making this design after her. I know she filmed a video. What does it mean to you, especially now after her passing, to know that she was excited for this project and it certainly had her blessing?
Well, that's something that we, it's really special. This is the first time we've done a human likeness in our corn maze, and we try to do justice for Dolly with the design. Of course, it's difficult. Dolly always looked perfect, so you can't really do someone justice like that. But having her likeness in the design of the maze and having her blessing really is a special thing. Dolly meant a lot to a lot of people, and I was certainly saddened to hear of her passing, and that we've seen a huge outpouring of people that are sharing what Dolly meant to them. And it's really incredible how broad-reaching this woman had, her impact was. And so really to celebrate her legacy and to honor her life is truly an honor for us, and that's something we look forward to doing this year.
We talk about honoring her legacy too. Obviously, a huge component of Dolly Parton was how generous that she was, and her charities, the Imagination Library, something that she held so close to her heart. I know you guys are going to be helping kind of give back to the Imagination Library as well through this maze. Tell me more about that.
Absolutely. So a portion of each of our tickets sold is going to go to supporting Early Bird Books, which is the West Michigan affiliate for the Imagination Library. So that's something that when a lot of people are starting to wonder, how can I honor Dolly? Even if you don't come to our corn maze, we encourage you to support the Imagination Library and help get books into the hands of kids. And, this is what Dolly would have loved. We've had people talk about, can we bring flowers to the corn maze? I've said, just make a donation to your Imagination Library, whoever is affiliated locally with you. That's what Dolly would have wanted.
Yes, oh, absolutely. And again, I think this will now be a beautiful way for people this fall to go to honor Dolly, to remember Dolly, maybe to go and share some of their favorite memories with other people walking through the maze as well. And again, love that you guys are also using this as a way to give back to Imagination Library, something so important to Dolly Parton. For our viewers here in Milwaukee, obviously Grand Rapids could be a little road trip, or I know actually the fastest way is that Lake Express Ferry. So a good opportunity for us to take advantage, get a nice boat ride out of it as well. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes to join us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thank you for your time.
Again, the corn maze looks amazing. It's going to be opening here shortly. Another way just to remember the legend and the icon that was Dolly Parton. We'll take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:53 on your Thursday afternoon. And as we were saying earlier, somewhere out in the dark, the universe is hiding the answers to humanity's biggest questions. This weekend, NASA is going to launch the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope to uncover those answers, one panoramic picture at a time. Dr. Ami Choi joining us right now from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us. And of course, an exciting time for NASA. Tell us more about this telescope and what it can really do.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. So the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is NASA's next astrophysics flagship space telescope that will be launched as early as this Sunday morning at 7:26 a.m. Eastern Time. And it has two main goals. One is to study the ingredients and the evolution of the universe on very large scales. And then the other one is to look for planets outside of our own solar system, or exoplanets as we call them, in order to do statistics on them and to understand how they formed and evolved. And in general, it's going to be a really great space telescope for getting us all kinds of beautiful infrared images.
Yeah, I mean, as we talk about all of the capabilities here of the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, what type of discoveries are you most excited for?
I'm really excited for the types of discoveries that we don't already know about. And these are going to be enabled by the way Roman is designed to take observations. For example, it has this very expansive, wide field of view. It's very efficient at mapping out the sky. It's also good at slewing to a new place, like pointing at a new location in the universe, taking a picture that's very clear, and really getting us all kinds of expansive maps of the sky. And so that data, along with the fact that we're getting data as a function of time, so looking at how things are changing in the sky as a function of time, we are opening up all kinds of possibilities of discovering new types of objects, perhaps learning more about underlying like fundamental physics of the universe and all kinds of things like that. And additionally, the data doesn't have a proprietary period, which means that the access is much quicker for the broader community, including really anyone in the public that wants to go and take a look at the data. Once we start science operations, they'll be able to access that data pretty quickly after it's collected. And so I think that just allows so many new types of discoveries, and I find that really exciting.
And I think, for some of us maybe more everyday people who don't always understand the science or the data of things, we do understand the photos, and they are mesmerizing, they are beautiful, we always want to see them. I mean, how soon after launch can we expect to start seeing some of Roman's first images?
It will be about the beginning of the new year, so early 2027. So following launch, hopefully this Sunday, we will undergo this 3-month period that we call commissioning. And this is a period of time where we are setting up the configuration of the observatory, turning systems on for the first time, starting to just set everything up so that we can take these great images later on. And so that takes about 3 months, and then the first science images will probably be released around the new year.
And when I first heard the name of the telescope here, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, I thought to myself, I wonder how they came up with that. And then I learned that really it is named after Nancy Grace Roman. Tell me more about her and her legacy.
Yeah, so Nancy Grace Roman was a very powerful figure in terms of the world of space-based astronomy. And she was really fundamental in getting the Hubble Space Telescope built and launched, and it's been collecting data for 36 years now. And she was the first chief of astronomy at NASA starting in the 1960s, and then working through the 60s and 70s. And she's known as the mother of Hubble for her efforts on Hubble, and really all of these space telescopes and missions that came after Hubble wouldn't have been possible without her. And so it's really suitable for Roman to be named, after Nancy Grace Roman.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful way to honor her life and her legacy, and obviously all that she did for NASA. Also, speaking of impressive feats here, you guys are actually launching this 9 months ahead of schedule. I know it's a lot of work that goes into these types of missions. So actually tell us a little bit more about what your role was for the mission and what it's just been like to work on the telescope.
Sure. So I've been working on Roman for about 10 years, since 2016, which is when it was approved to, start with the designs and planning for the mission. And at that point, I was a postdoctoral researcher at The Ohio State University. And so I was really approaching Roman from a science, like an academic point of view. And then 4 years ago, I joined NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland. And I joined the Project Science team, which is a team of scientists that interface between different areas of the project. So in particular, the engineers that build different parts of the observatory and do the testing, and also the scientists more broadly who are seeking to do analyses later on once we get the data. And there's a lot of communication that happens across multiple different teams. And I've had, I will say, tons of fun working with the team because just the level of like how amazing all of the different teams are at their expertise in the different areas and kind of connecting across those. I think that has been really key for having being able to complete the project on such a quick turnaround and be so ahead of schedule.
Absolutely, and I imagine after 10 years of working on the mission, you have to be absolutely so excited for this weekend and for this launch.
Definitely.
And Dr. Choi, we appreciate you taking just a few minutes here to chat with us, to educate us on this launch, and I know we'll be excited now to kind of follow along the mission, watch the launch, and see these findings and this data that it comes out in the next couple of months. Again, Dr. Ami Choi, they're joining us live from the Kennedy Space Center. A very cool project that we're about to get to witness and to get to follow through and follow up with. For now on the Wisconsin Live Desk, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:02 on your Thursday afternoon. I can show you a very bright city center shot. I promise you it's not actually that bright. We probably need to do some levels to this camera, but it is a gorgeous day out there. 76 degrees, high of 80 today, and again, no rain in the forecast for tonight, so a good opportunity to get outside and to enjoy the weather before some rain does come in later on this weekend and early next week. Want to go ahead and bring in Jason Calvi, who is joining us now on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And Jason, really you're following up on a story that we have covered for months here at Fox 6. We talk about the flock camera concerns that people have after even hearing of some police officers kind of misusing the system. And now people wonder, what's next? What's the future like for these flock camera systems?
Yeah, a lot of big questions here in Milwaukee, Haley, as far as what the next steps are going to be for the flock system. And yesterday, members of the Common Council wrote Milwaukee Police and said they need answers. They need to have answers. Getting them until September 30th to answer those, they say they're going to be taking into account all of the questions that they have when they're going to decide the budget for next year, which they're going to be debating starting this fall. So they need those answers, they say, to potentially decide what they're going to be doing with this budget. So you can see this is one of the flock cameras right here. You can see this is in Milwaukee. This is one of those flock cameras. Let me turn the camera around so you can get a better view of these. But these pretty much, what is a flock camera? Well, it scans the license plates as they go by. So see the cars going by here. This is 91st just past Brown Deer. So you can see the cars going by. And as they go by, that camera there scans their license plates and can pinpoint where those cars are right now in the city of Milwaukee. So these are dozens of them in the city of Milwaukee. And these are the questions moving forward, because there's been 3 instances now of police officers. One person was convicted of misusing the FOX system. Another one's facing charges, and a third is under investigation. So the first officer, Officer Ayala, a former officer, now he resigned, was accused and actually convicted of, in essence, spying on his ex and his ex's ex. So was using these license plate readers in the systems to type the license plate numbers for those 2 people into the system. And over the course of more than 100 searches, we're tracking these people's whereabouts in the city of Milwaukee based on these FOX cameras. So that was the first case. That officer resigned, was convicted, and now the second officer is facing those charges. And now we learn that Milwaukee police are investigating a third officer for misusing the system. Again, what is it doing? Is it's scanning all of the cars going by, and it's keeping a record of those cars. It's actually also taking pictures of the cars as well.
So Jason, to your point here, obviously a lot of concerns have come in after learning of not 1, not 2, but now a third instance of these systems being misused. And we should note, this is not a problem exclusive to Milwaukee. We've seen different, things pop up throughout Wisconsin, throughout the country. So now, as I mentioned, people want to know, well, what can we do moving forward? And I know you actually took that question to an alderwoman.
Yeah, I took that question to the alderwoman leading this letter, signed by a super majority of the Common Council members to MPD, demanding answers. So let's take a look. I just interviewed her this morning. Here's what she had to say.
What's your reaction knowing that FOX being misused in Milwaukee?
Well, I think the larger issue at hand is this mass surveillance effort. There's people being surveilled that we don't even know about. Every move we make, every step we take. And on top of that, there are allegations and some actual charges of misuse and abuse. So we need to have much stronger safeguards and potentially even move towards a cancellation.
Is that something that you would be interested in pursuing right now, potentially pausing or canceling the FOX system in Milwaukee?
It's not where I'm starting, but it's definitely on the table. I do want to have a public discussion of the true cost, the network, the data gathering, the abuse. I want to talk to the Fire and Police Commission, and we need answers. Things have actually not gotten better. They've gotten worse.
I know when the first case came up in the spring, Common Council questioned MPD about what changes were being made, and they laid out a whole list of things that they were changing. They were saying they were going to have oversight. Everybody had to reapply to get into the FOX system and had to be approved by a supervisor. Have those changes worked?
Well, we're seeing even more incidents of abuse. We now have the person doing the investigation facing charges in court. It's clear that the police cannot police themselves. We need external, independent audits to make sure that we're watching the watchers.
I know the Fire and Police Commission has told us they are doing their own independent investigation or audit into the system. They're going to randomly sample searches to make sure that these were valid searches. Is that enough right now?
It's not enough. It's not enough at all. 12 of the 15 members of the Common Council have said we want more. We want an actual change to the standard operating procedures that codify this and make sure that these things never happen again.
The council, under the shared revenue law, has the power now to change standard operating procedure, which the Common Council has done in recent months. Are you looking at the possibility of taking that power from state law to potentially change Milwaukee standard operating procedures on the FOX system?
Definitely.
And I know in your letter you said you wanted to have it be a kind of a collaborative. At least right now you're calling for collaboration with MPD and the Fire and Police Commission. You're saying you want to see the standard operating procedure be changed through that collaboration. Right now, from reactions you're getting from MPD and the Fire and Police Commission, do you think that collaboration is going to be possible here?
I think we need to continue to have transparent conversations. We have more questions about how it's funded, the waiver process that was used. And quite frankly, our bosses are the people of the city of Milwaukee. And I'm hearing from my constituents that they're very concerned that they're being surveilled at every moment, from school drop-offs to the doctor. I mean, mass surveillance is growing. There are benefits to all technology. But at this point, it's such a large network, we need to have guardrails and accountability in place.
I know the police department and other police departments across the region are highlighting in recent weeks the benefits of the FOX system. They say, oh, we've been able to arrest people that were suspected of really grievous offenses because of the FOX system and the license plate tracking. When you hear about the benefits of the system, are you worried about potentially canceling the system in the light of the fact that, yeah, police have used it to potentially track down some serious offenders?
There's also been misuse to stalk predominantly women. I'm very worried about the fact that most of these abuse allegations have been used in a domestic violence way to stalk women and former partners. You have to balance that with what is possibly a public good. And the police department and the Fire and Police Commission will have to make the case that there is much more valuable technology being used here than the negative consequences that we've seen.
Talk about the funding. You had mentioned the waiver system. I don't exactly know what that entails, but can you explain that, what the waiver system is to fund the FOX system in Milwaukee?
Right. As I've examined it, the council has to provide independent oversight as a co-equal branch of government. And the way that this has been funded has been through kind of a waiver. So it kind of informally is coming to the Common Council. And I'm trying to find out, when the contract is up, how much it costs, how many cameras we have, because we actually use other companies other than Flock as well. So we just have more questions than answers at this time.
Wow, that is going to be a lot of information to gather over the coming months. You've given MPD and the Fire and Police Commission a deadline of September 30th. You've warned in that letter that funding is on the line here. So you're going to be crafting that budget coming this fall. Is it possible that you could use the budget to defund the FOX system?
I think everything's on the table. And again, our constituents are demanding answers, accountability. That is certainly on the table to look at the funding. We want to make sure our taxpayer dollars are being used in a way that protect people in a safe, accountable way. So we're not there yet, but the conversation is definitely could go that way.
Last point I wanted to ask you about, Alderwoman, is the steps that you're asking from MPD. You're asking for various things to take place, including you want to know what sharing agreements are in place, both federally and with other municipalities. We also want to have stricter safeguards. You want to have that data deleted within 7 days unless there's an active investigation. Tell us about the safeguards or the guardrails that you want to see in place and why you want them.
Many of these questions that I've asked have come from best practices that are being used across the nation. These corporations are becoming incredibly powerful. We just saw a huge lawsuit decided yesterday with Facebook and Meta. Technology is exciting and powerful, but there has to be checks and balance, especially when there's mass surveillance. So we can't be at their mercy. And Flock themselves have actually got ahead of this as they're a business profit-making corporation, and they put changes out there. We don't even know which changes we've accepted as a city. So there's places like Oshkosh, Sheboygan, many municipalities, even in the state of Wisconsin, that have either paused it or canceled it. We are asking these questions in good faith, and we'll see where it takes us.
What's your reaction knowing that Fox
Again, that was us listening in there to Jason Calvi's interview that he did earlier today with the Alderwoman. Jason Calvi still with us here live as well. Jason, I mean, some telling answers there from the Alderwoman. You asked her about the budget for next year and if it's on the table to potentially defund the flock camera system, and she certainly said that's an option out there.
Yeah, she said that was an option. She talked about even canceling the FOX system outright. She said that's not going to be the first step. She wants to have more answers. She wants to have this, what she's laying out, this collaboration with MPD and the Fire and Police Commission. Let's be honest, though. The super majority of the council signed on to this letter. They have the power under state law, as I asked in one of those questions there,
to change standard operating procedures for Milwaukee police. They could, if they wanted to, change the operating procedure and say no more flock camera usage if they wanted to. But the Alderwoman Marina Dimitrievich, who represents the Bayview section of Milwaukee, she's saying that that's an option, but she doesn't want to do that first. She wants to have this collaboration. She wants their community. She wants answers to those questions they laid out in their letter yesterday.
And again, all of this continuing to kind of show the concerns, or hearing the concerns for people with this system as we try and tackle that question of what comes next. Anything else you wanted to mention here on the live desk? Because I know you're also working on your story for this afternoon.
Yeah, the Alderwoman mentioned Sheboygan. So let me flip the camera around here so I can show you that flock camera a little bit better here. In Sheboygan, this is the camera in Milwaukee, again at 91st and Brown Deer. Brown Deer is the road right over there. Traffic's going that way. This is 91st here that truck just went by. And that license plate reader right there is a flock camera. It's going to snap the license plates as people go by and keep that in a database, which in Milwaukee, there's been 2 officers who have faced charges for using that system to spy on people. One of the people was convicted. One of the former officer now was convicted. The other one facing charges. And now we learned that a third officer is under investigation for using the flock system inappropriately. So in Sheboygan, Abriel Preciado did a story just yesterday talking about what Sheboygan's doing with their flock systems. If you go to Sheboygan, you're going to see their cameras are covered up. They're actually plastic bags that are over the Sheboygan flock cameras. Well, what happened? Were these protesters that did this? We have seen protesters in other areas of the country targeting flock cameras. No, the police department in Sheboygan placed the plastic bags over the flock cameras in Sheboygan. And why? Because they said flock violated the terms in their contract. So Sheboygan is covering up the flock cameras in Sheboygan, and they're asking the Common Council to rescind the contract with Flock. What exactly led to that disagreement between the city of Sheboygan and Flock? We're still trying to get answers on that. We don't have that right now. We know the city's police department is alleging that Flock broke the contract. Flock is arguing, they did send a statement to Abriel for her story yesterday, and saying that they are following all the safety protocols and following the contract. So we'll see exactly what happens when, in September, the Sheboygan Common Council meets to do what the police department's asking, which is to end the contract over Flock. So that's one city where you see the move right now ongoing, where they're trying to actually stop having Flock in the city. But what about the people that are supporting flock cameras? Because that's one of the things you're going to hear in my story tonight. We're going to hopefully hear from people that are in support of flock cameras, because police are using these things for good. They are able to track down potential people that they suspect of crimes based on the license plate reader technology. But at the same time, now there are 2 cases of charges, 1 conviction of those 2 charges. One of those 2 officers was convicted, the other one facing those charges of officers in Milwaukee misusing these flock cameras. And the other thing we talked about, you asked me about, was the national discussion about this. Just yesterday, Missouri United States Senator Josh Hawley wrote a letter to Flock. The senator is launching an investigation, a federal senatorial investigation into Flock. And in his letter to Flock, he actually mentions our city. He mentions Milwaukee. He says about that whole Officer Ayala, the former officer who resigned, who was convicted of misusing the Flock system. He mentions that case as one of the cases nationally that is bringing major worries upon the Flock system nationwide. So we'll see how that national federal investigation plays out in the United States Senate. We also know now that the Common Council is doing this locally as well. So a lot of questions about the Flock system right now here in Wisconsin and across the state and across the country.
Yeah, and I appreciate that reminder there, Jason, that as there are a group of people who certainly have their concerns for this system, want them removed, there are also people who see the value in the system as well. So definitely telling both sides of the flock camera concerns and the issue here in your story coming up later on this afternoon and evening. But we appreciate you joining us, bringing us that interview right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, Jason.
Haley, thanks so much.
Again, that's Jason Calvi reporting for us live right by one of the flock cameras here in Milwaukee. We have really been covering this story from the beginning, starting back months and months and months ago, and we'll continue to tell it through the end as now those big questions do surround the future of the system and what it's going to look like, especially come this next year, and we talk about the budget there as well. We'll take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, then we're going to get you a check of your forecast this Thursday afternoon. Stick with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:21 on your Thursday afternoon. And take a live look from our Estabrook camera. You guys, can it get any better than that? This is gorgeous as we look at the crystal clear blue sky at Lake Michigan. The sun is shining again, 76 degrees right now. High of 80 for today. And we'll get you a full check of your forecast coming up here in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, wanted to bring us back to our kind of question of the day here. We had Andrew Muzu join us celebrating move-in day for UWM after yesterday there was move-in day for... What is going on? What is going on? Hold on. Someone's pranking us. This is crazy. Okay, sorry. It was move-in day at Marquette yesterday. When we had these up before, it was a lot more like every option had some votes, and Bed Risers barely was getting any votes, and now Bed Risers is crazy winning here. 89% of the votes. Someone message Kale, our manager, and see if Kale has been nonstop voting for Bed Risers or something here. We do want to hear from you on fox6now.com/poll. You can vote for mini fridge, Bed Risers, electric kettle / Keurig, a microwave, a mattress topper, or comfy bedding. My vote was for comfy bedding, but I know for a lot of people, they're like, oh, that mini fridge microwave combo. Yes, a mattress topper seems like truly an essential because sometimes these mattresses that are provided in the dorms are not the most comfortable. If you love coffee or your tea, an electric kettle or Keurig could be nice. Also, just having hot water for any of like your Kraft mac and cheese or your oatmeal or anything like your ramen, that would be a really nice tool. I do love Bed Risers. I had Bed Risers my freshman year to lift up my bed a little bit so that you can have some more storage underneath it. But 89%, Delaney, have you been nonstop voting for Bed Risers or something?
No, I voted for mini fridge.
This is so funny. I've never seen such a slanted poll here that has so, especially because, you know, Andrew Muzu was like, There's a lot of really good options here, but somehow bed risers have taken away the victory. I'm going to go vote here for comfy bedding to see if it will adjust here on the fly. It's not. That's so interesting. Well, if you voted for bed risers, congratulations. You're currently in the lead. But if you have not yet voted and you do want to choose your dorm room essential, Andrew's right. We did forget TV. So besides that, again, here are your options. Mini fridge, bed risers, electric kettle / Keurig, microwave, mattress topper, or comfy bedding. To get your answer submitted to be able to vote today, head to fox6now.com/poll or scan that QR code FOX6 right there in the corner. And if you voted for bed risers, send me a message. I'm just wondering now if somebody's pranking us in the building or if bed risers is genuinely winning. And I love that if it is, because I think that they are a very useful tool that frankly was ahead of their time. But 89. Adrian, what did you vote for?
I voted for the electric kettle.
Yes.
With you guy.
Yes.
I like it.
That was actually Adrian's suggestion, was that we include the electric kettles. I'm just confused how comfy bedding went down to 3%, especially because I know several of us have voted. There must be a lot of votes in this poll. That's the other thing that I have to assume here, because, oh my goodness. Adrian just sent us the data here. 112 of you have voted for bed risers. Okay, right now, if there's 5 votes for mini fridge, 2 for microwave, 1 for mattress topper, 1, which was Adrian, for the kettle, 4 for comfy bedding, and 112 for bed risers, which again, I'm wondering if it's 112 or if it's one person that voted 112 times. I'm going to work on getting that answer. Oh, that's our newsroom. That's our senior executive producer, Brian Graham. Meant to pop up this one for the gorgeous look outside here. Again, momentarily, Holly Baker going to be joining us with a full look at our forecast for this Thursday afternoon. But I cannot get enough of this gorgeous day, at least from this angle, from our Esterbrook camera. Just the blue water there of Lake Michigan, the blue crystal clear sky. And, you know, it's not overly hot either as we sit at 76 degrees today. Definitely a good opportunity to get outside. Delaney, Adrian, are you guys going to try and get outside today?
I think so. It looks so nice out.
Maybe pick up some bed risers.
Yeah, evidently we all need to go pick up some bed risers because they are a hot commodity that a lot of people are very intrigued in and want. Again, if you're just joining us wondering what we're talking about this poll, which we hadn't pulled up in a little bit, and I was just blown away. Okay. You know what? Now we're down to 85% of the votes for the bed risers. It was 89 when we first tuned in here. But again, it's that back to school time period. It is that, time where I know the kindergartners, elementary school, the middle school, the high schoolers, they're getting their school supplies, their backpacks, maybe their lunch boxes. But of course, it's also back to school for your college students. And it is that, I don't know, it's that thing that everyone gets to do, that milestone moment of moving into your first dorm room. And you think you need all of these things. And then sometimes, yes, these things turn out to be very helpful and a true essential. And other times you're like, I never even touched that the entire semester. But these are the essentials that we all agreed upon that we wanted to hear from you guys. Mini fridge, I'm laughing at bed risers being 86%. That's crazy. Mini fridge, 5%. Bed risers, 86%. Electric kettle Keurig is at 2%. Microwave at 3%. Mattress topper at 1%. And of course, that comfy bedding is at 3%. Andrew really liked all of these options, but I feel like the one that he didn't really give any compliments to was bed risers, which you guys have run away with, and you love the bed risers. So again, what's your dorm room essential? Join the conversation by heading to fox6now.com/poll or scanning that QR code. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news and weather right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here at 1:30, getting ready to hand the reins over to Maddie Stelk, who's going to get you all the way to 2:30. But in the meantime, let's get you a check of your forecast with Holly Baker. Hey, Holly.
Hey, Haley. And yesterday was such a beautiful day, 82 degrees. I was in heaven yesterday, as that was a happy Holly forecast. Now, you notice with our normal temperatures here, we're starting to see those normal temperatures drop into the 70s. So we're entering into that part of the year where temperatures are going to start trending cooler, but not for the rest of our week here. We're at 76 degrees now in Milwaukee, 61 with our dew points. So dew points are a little bit higher. We look at our wind. Wind is from the east at about 8 miles per hour. As we take a look at those dew points across southeast Wisconsin, I'll say this. Dew points measures the amount of moisture in the air. Right now we're okay. Some spots a little bit elevated, like Burlington. You're checking in at 67 with your dew points. You're a little bit more on the oppressive side. Everybody else, though, we're looking to be right in the sweet spot there. So a little sticky, a little muggy, but not too bad. As we look at those temperatures, we're steadily going to be heating up. We're in the 70s for majority of our viewing area. 84 in Burlington, though. 73 in West Bend. 76 in Sheboygan. Those temperatures will continue to rise just a little bit more throughout the day. We'll at least hit the 80s, at least for some of our areas across the way before the day is over. And then as we head towards the evening, we will start to, oh, excuse me, I have a sneeze. It's just like trying to come out, but it's not coming out. But we're going to be in the 70s, at least for the early evening, and then late evening we'll start dropping into the 60s. Looking at our satellite and radar here, we are nice and dry. I'm so sorry. It's the sneeze. And you guys know what it feels like to sneeze and it doesn't come out. That's exactly what it feels like right now, so excuse me. We look at our entire state, though. We are nice and dry, and we will be, really for the remainder of the week, we will be tracking rain, though, as we head into the weekend. And speaking of rain, we definitely need it, guys. Here's a look at our current drought conditions. The drought monitor has updated. As for southeast Wisconsin here, we have started to see a little bit more of those improvements. Still abnormally dry in some spots, and then some of our northern communities, Fond du Lac County and Sheboygan County there, are in more of that moderate drought. But then look at there. As you go towards the northeast, those conditions have worsened. Now we're seeing that they're in a severe for a lot more than just one county. Last week it was one county. They had a little bit of rain that didn't help. Now there are several counties that are highlighted under that severe drought. So we definitely need some rain, guys. But that's not going to be happening for us, at least throughout the rest of today. And even as we head into Friday's forecast, still not going to be happening. We're going to keep it sunny. A nice, happy Holly forecast is going to be on the way for both of those days. Saturday is when we start to get a little bit more of those changes, as we'll be tracking a chance for some rain. And you see here, we're looking mostly cloudy, but we could have a slight chance of rain that could roll in. Same with Sunday and even Monday. We'll also be tracking a chance for more of that rain. Temperatures will be in the 80s. So summer's not going anywhere, and we continue into next week with more of those rain chances. So guys, definitely going to be a nice weekend, at least for the first half. The second half, though, starts to get a little soggy. So definitely find you some indoor plans. But in the meantime, enjoy the 80s too. The 80s are going to be feeling nice today, as long as those dew points stay on the lower end. Haley? Our
Surprise! Surprise, it's me. Yes, I'm taking over for the next hour. What an introduction, I feel like. I loved your enthusiasm, Holly. Also, I hope you can get that sneeze out. Literally the worst feeling ever, but
you know what I'm talking about,
I
though.
know
It's just
exactly
like,
what you're talking about. I was
I'm
like,
like
oh.
talking, and it's like, it feels like, I don't know, like a
No,
vibration
I know
in my
exactly
nose.
what
I'm
you're
like, okay,
feeling,
is it
and
coming?
it's like on the edge of it, and you just like want it to, and then it won't. I totally feel you, but
It's
I was
gonna
like, I
totally
need to
go
log
away
in.
now that I'm not even, like now that I'm done.
Now
like,
that
I
you've
don't
said
feel
it, no, of course. But I was like logging in. I'm like, I need to log in faster to save her. But yes, good to know. First half of the weekend looks good. Friday and Saturday, that's all I'm caring about right now. We'll worry about Sunday when we get there. Holly, thanks so much for joining us with the forecast. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. First, live look right now. This is not Mitchell International, but actually O'Hare Airport right now. Something exciting could be coming in between this and downtown Chicago. We're going to be having an interview about that in just 2 minutes, so stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 1:37 on your Thursday afternoon. We are almost at Friday. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. Let's give you a live look right now again at O'Hare International Airport. Oh, we're even catching a plane taking off right now. And I'm sure a lot of you, and I feel like this kind of sparks a debate because some people fly out of Mitchell and some people fly out of O'Hare, or maybe it depends on where you're going. I personally fly out of O'Hare Airport a lot, and I do make the drive, but there is a new mode of transportation that could take you in between downtown Chicago and the airport that could be coming. I want to bring in CEO and founder Dave Lundy of the O'Hare Flyer. Dave, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thanks for having me.
So I feel like this was kind of a groundbreaking thing when all of the articles started coming out about the O'Hare Flyer. Talk a little bit about this project.
Yeah, so the O'Hare Flyer is going to be the first of its kind in the United States. These services that will take you from downtown to your major airport exist all over the world, but not in this country. And so we're going to be able to get people from downtown Chicago to O'Hare Airport in 15 minutes. And the way we're going to do that is we're repurposing existing freight lines that are no longer used or largely no longer used. And we're going to be able to have a battery electric train, a super comfortable experience for travelers. We're really excited about this project.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of people are too, because I feel like there's that little bit of inconvenience factor where it's like you land in O'Hare, you just want to get downtown right away, but you have to take those extra steps. So I know you guys have had meetings with city officials because I know this is private. How have those meetings been?
Yeah, they've been great. I have to say that the Johnson administration has been very supportive. For a year and a half, we've been working with their economic development chief, and that's been all under radar. We've actually been planning this project for 3 years, doing a lot of work. And so we wanted to be able to, when we got to the city, tell them, hey, we've got our railroads in good shape. We know we're going to be able to do this. We've got 3 different freight railroads we have to have agreements with. And we want to have a fully developed project that when we announce it, people know that we're going to be able to deliver it. Chicago has had, unfortunately, a few false starts in this area, and all those false starts were different approaches than what we're doing, where we're using existing infrastructure to be able to actually deliver a project.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about that, because I think the existing infrastructure part is interesting. So what does the build process look like for these high-speed cars?
So it's a 20-mile total trip. But the great part about this is that 18 of those miles are on freight tracks that are largely unused. And so we're securing long-term leases with 3 different freight railroads, CSX, Canadian National, and Union Pacific. And then we just have to build a mile at O'Hare and a mile downtown. And so it's not, people think of projects like this and they think, oh, this is a 20-year project. It's actually not. It's actually should be about we should be able to deliver this service within 5 years.
And just talking a little bit more about the logistical aspect of the cars. So how many people are you expecting to transport in each one from the airport to Chicago and vice versa?
So each of our 8-car trains will be able to hold about 500 people. So it's the equivalent of 2,000 cars an hour in each, or 2,000 trains an hour in each direction. 2,000 people an hour in each direction. And so it's really exciting because these trains will be designed for travelers. There'll be luggage racks, they'll be very comfortable. So the whole experience, we want people to feel like, hey, they're on vacation. They're in a high quality experience from the moment they get on board. And because there have been a couple of dozen of these around the world, we get a chance to take best practice from around the world to create the best airport express service on the planet and do it in Chicago.
And for people who might be interested, because I feel like people from Milwaukee might think, oh, well, I want to take the train down and then maybe take one of these high express trains to the airport. This isn't at Union Station, right? But it is pretty close by.
It's actually, we will be connected by Pedway to Union Station.
Okay.
It's only a block away. And so it'll be super convenient for folks to be able to do that. So if you take a train down from Milwaukee and get it all to downtown Chicago, again, if you show up at our station at 0, 15, 30, 45 past the hour, you know there will be a train there, and that train will deliver you to O'Hare Terminal 2, the new global terminal, in 15 minutes.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I feel like such a game changer just reading these headlines about it, especially because I'm thinking, you know, I would take an Uber and maybe it would cost me like 50, 70 bucks. How much would it cost to ride this?
So what we're saying at this point, because we're still doing analysis, is this will be significantly less than an Uber or a taxi and significantly more than the CTA. You know, it's really not a competitive service to the Blue Line. It's a different service designed for people who are travelers. And so it will be a cost-effective way to get to O'Hare.
And we had talked a little bit about the meetings with city officials. So what's next in order to, you know, officially break ground and get this underway?
Well, now that we're in our public phase of discussion, we look forward to having a dialogue with the entire Chicago region. But we also have to have extensive meetings with the airport. As you may know, they're building a brand new terminal, the new global terminal, which is now Terminal 2. And so we need to coordinate with them. We need to coordinate with the Chicago Department of Transportation. And there's an enormous amount of work that still needs to be done. The good news is that we have spent 3 years developing a robust plan and a platform of partners that can actually execute this.
All right, well, we're looking forward to see how these plans develop. I know you had mentioned timeline, and you're like, it wouldn't take 20 years, and you had mentioned about 5 years. Realistically, from today, when could somebody see themselves on one of these train cars?
But we would expect that this will be up and running no later than 2031.
2031, wow. That seems far away in my head, but it's really not when you do the math, because we're already in 2026. But yeah, looking forward to hearing about that, especially as a Chicago native. Good things could be coming, so excited to hear about it. Dave, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk.
Thanks for having us.
All right, we are going to take a quick break here, but good news, or potentially good news, if you fly out of Chicago a lot. I know that sparks such a big debate that I feel like people have, and I'm going to bring in our producers, Delaney and Adrian. Do you guys prefer to fly out of O'Hare or Mitchell, if you have the option?
I usually fly out of Mitchell. It's always a little quicker.
Adrian?
Well, I haven't had the chance to fly out of Mitchell. I haven't really had
You've never flown out of Mitchell?
Yeah, no. In a weird way, I guess to say. But the last year I had a trip to Boston and a trip to Miami, and we left from O'Hare to both of those spots.
I will say, I am a fellow Chicago native as well, Adrian, so I do opt for O'Hare a lot of the times. But Mitchell, I will say, Delaney, like, it's usually faster. I mean, it's a way smaller airport, so it's faster to get through, usually not that much of a hassle. And then also, I feel like when I fly out of O'Hare, the only thing is I think it's a good idea in the moment, and then I get home and I realize I need to drive an hour and a half back. And I'm like, why did I do this? I should have just paid the extra like $100 to stay in Mitchell. But either way, I feel like it's good.
I know, it's exciting.
Yeah, so it should be good. I'm excited. I mean, my brother lives in downtown Chicago, so I'm sure he's going to love this. Same with like the rest of my family. So fingers crossed to get another live look right now. I can't believe we caught a plane, you guys, live. Going into an interview, we probably look so cool to Dave. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
At the bottom of the 1 o'clock hour here, thanks for being with us on Fox Local. We're now several hours into the jury deliberating in the trial for Lindsay Clancy. Let's give you a live look right now. Of course, we can see the seal here in courtroom in Plymouth, Massachusetts right now. Just for some background on the case about what we do know here as we take this live look, waiting as the jury continues to deliberate. So they began deliberating earlier today. It's the murder trial for Lindsay Clancy. She's the Massachusetts mother accused of strangling her 3 young children in a case that has drawn attention to postpartum health. And that's because Clancy isn't denying that she killed her 3 children, but her defense team is arguing that she cannot be held criminally responsible due to something called postpartum psychosis. So we know on the jury there are 9 women and 3 men, but prosecutors are saying that Clancy planned the murders and believe the suicide attempt was not serious and more kind of like a cover-up for what happened, whereas the defense, again, claiming that Clancy was over-medicated and suffering from postpartum psychosis. We know that during this trial, it lasted 19 days, or I think even more than that, actually. We lasted for weeks on end, and we know that we've heard testimony, key testimony from several people in the medical field that worked with Clancy directly. We know that she was actively seeking help or trying to get help for her postpartum depression that she was feeling. We heard from Clancy's psychiatrist, we heard from nurse practitioners, we heard from psychologists about this case. Both sides, again, trying to prove their sides of the story. And then we heard closing arguments today, the judge only giving each side an hour to make those arguments. And then again, the jury sent just a few hours ago to deliberate as this does continue now. Now, Clancy does face life in prison without possibility of parole, but she will be sent to a psychiatric hospital if found not criminally responsible. So we'll continue to follow this and bring you the very latest when we do get it here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But again, jury now deliberating in the case for Lindsay Clancy. I know we've seen several unexpected turns of events at the last minute in this case. We know even just last week alone, there were a couple days where the judge sent the jury home early and nobody really knew why. And we had talked with our multimedia reporter who's been covering this case for weeks now, Kaylee Schuyler, and she was saying we might never know why that happened, but we do know we were expecting this case to wrap last week, but it ended up going into this week. We also know that the prosecution called up rebuttal witnesses to the stand and had more testimony after the defense rested their case, also making this trial go on even longer. But again, the 36-year-old is facing life in prison without the possibility of parole. But again, the defense, if the jury does find her not guilty, then she'll be sent to a psychiatric hospital for not being found criminally responsible. We'll continue to bring you updates on this. And again, we're monitoring this feed to see if and when the jury does come in. If that's today, we will bring it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We know this case captured national attention right now, again, bringing attention to postpartum depression. So we know there is a high interest in this case, even for our viewers all the way here in Wisconsin. So we will bring you the very latest once we get it. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
1:53 on your Thursday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. Hard to believe, already the end of August. Cue the Noah Kahn song. I'm a huge Noah Kahn fan, so I just had to say it. But kids heading back to school, and in light of the new school year, there's been new renovations to Starm School. Earlier today, Milwaukee Public School officials had a meeting about these renovations and announcing the new parts to the building. So we're going to take a listen again. This was earlier this morning. We heard from Brenda Caselius as well as other school officials. Let's listen in.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you everyone for being here. I want to thank Dr. Love for her persistence and her patience as we worked in her building. Her leadership has just been incredible here in Milwaukee Public Schools for many years, and the children are so blessed to have her leadership. And you'll hear from many of our folks here shortly. I want to acknowledge Mayor Johnson, who's here with us today, MPS Board President Missy Zombor for being here and for her unwavering commitment to our schools during some really difficult times. We are getting ready to make some major investments here on the north side, investments that are long overdue. And I'm excited to be able to have you all here to see them. This is, of course, always a really exciting time of year as we prepare to welcome 60,000 students plus back to Milwaukee Public Schools. And as a reminder, that's Tuesday, September 1st. A new school year is always an important opportunity for a fresh start. And this year we are setting a very clear expectation across MPS and across our community that you can expect great things. We are asking our students to expect great things from themselves, our families to expect great things from their schools, and our entire Milwaukee community to expect great things from the Milwaukee Public Schools. But expectations alone aren't enough. We have to do the really hard work to make great things happen. That means investing in great teaching, great opportunities, great schools, and the people who make those things possible each and every day. Our students deserve nothing less. Today we formally launch our Expect Great Things campaign, which is an intentional effort that will last all school year, focusing on the people, the places, and the things that are great in MPS. Well, let's take a look at that. We're going to watch a short video.
Milwaukee is a city known for courage, pride, and resilience. And at the center of it all, Milwaukee Public Schools, where the future of our city is taking shape. In MPS, students don't just come to class. They chase dreams. They build skills. They discover their voice. MPS does more than prepare students for the next grade. It's where they learn to succeed in life. It takes all of us to lift our schools, to lift our students, to lift Milwaukee. Here, every student matters.
At Milwaukee Public Schools, we're refusing to settle. We will push harder to reach higher every day. So come learn with us, teach with us, and grow with us. Be part of this next exciting chapter. At MPS, you can expect great things. All right. You can give that a clap. Our business community helped us to produce that, which was quite the nice gift. As I hope you can tell, Expect Great Things is more than a tagline. It represents the culture we are building here at MPS. It means setting high expectations for every student, regardless of zip code, their school, or their circumstance. It means expecting excellence from ourselves as adults and holding ourselves accountable for creating the conditions in which students can succeed. And it means making sure Milwaukee sees and understands the many great things happening every day in our schools. There are exceptional educators, incredible students, innovative programs, and dedicated staff across MPS. We want to celebrate those successes while also being honest about where we need to improve. So, how do we make expect great things real? First, and most importantly, is our academic priority, which is literacy for all students. If students cannot read proficiently, it becomes much harder for them to succeed in every other subject and ultimately in college, careers, and life. We have a new literacy plan underway, and we are beginning to see early signs of progress. This is not a one-year initiative. Improving literacy requires sustained focus, high-quality curriculum, professional learning, and consistent implementation. We launched new elementary literacy curriculum this past January, and we are launching new high school curriculum this fall. We are going to keep measuring our progress, learning from what the data tells us, and making adjustments where necessary. We're not going to be satisfied with incremental improvement. We want to see our students reading at grade level and thriving academically. One of our biggest accomplishments this summer has been the progress we've made recruiting teachers. At this point last year, MPS had more than 120 teacher vacancies. Today, we are beginning the school year with approximately 60 openings. That's significant progress, and it is especially important because we have been adding teaching positions as part of our effort to manage and reduce class size across our elementary schools. We still have a lot of work to do. 60 openings is not where we ultimately want to be, but it represents real progress. We are entering this school year in a much stronger position than we were a year ago. Our goal is straightforward. Every classroom should have a certified, qualified teacher, caring and competent, who is ready to help students learn and succeed. I want to thank our incredible team in human resources led by Dominic Maniscalco, who left no stone unturned this year, removing barriers to get teachers hired and even traveling to Chicago to recruit teachers from our neighbors down the road. We know that students benefit when teachers have the time and the ability that they need to give students the attention that they need. That's why we're investing in additional teaching positions and working to manage and reduce class sizes at our elementary grades. This is about more than a number on a spreadsheet. It's about creating classrooms where teachers can teach and students can learn. When we talk about expecting great things, we have to make sure our schools have the conditions necessary to deliver on that expectation. Students can't be expected to learn in great schools if we aren't willing to invest in the physical spaces where learning takes place. And that is why we are making a significant investment this year at 6 MPS schools, with improvements tailored to the specific needs at each building. Those investments include new classrooms, playgrounds, a new gym, improved entrances, fencing, common spaces, and other upgrades, such as furniture. We are here at Starnes Discovery Learning Center because it's one of those schools benefiting from this investment. These improvements matter because the environment in which children learn sends a message, a very clear message about what we expect for them and how we care for them. We are telling our students, you matter, your school matters, and your future matters. We are also continuing our partnership through the Green Schools Consortium of Milwaukee to improve our outdoor spaces at 15 additional schools over the next 3 years, with 5 starting this year. Those playground improvements are the result of a strong partnership involving MPS, the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District, the City of Milwaukee, thank you, Mayor, the Fund for Lake Michigan, UW Milwaukee, and Reflow. There's another piece of this work that doesn't always get attention it deserves, which is operational excellence. Our responsibility is not simply to set ambitious academic goals. We have to make sure that the district works effectively too. That means recruiting and retaining talented employees, managing resources responsibly, communicating clearly with families, maintaining our buildings, and making sure students have what they need to learn. Great schools require great operations behind the scenes. We are focused on building systems that are more reliable, more responsive, and more focused on serving students right here in their classrooms and in their schools. To our MPS families, we are ready for you. We know you are trusting us with what matters most to you, your children. We don't take that responsibility lightly. We want families to know that their voices matter, their expectations matter, and their partnership matters. If we want great things for our students, we need families and schools working together. To our students, we want you to expect great things for yourselves. This means showing up, being in school, and letting us know when things aren't working for you. So, come to school ready to learn, ask questions, try new things that may be difficult, find something you're passionate about, and know that the adults in MPS are here to support you. We want every student in MPS to see a future full of possibility, to know that we are going to work alongside them in helping them to get there. And to the broader Milwaukee community, we need you. Public education is not just an MPS responsibility. It is a community responsibility. We need businesses, nonprofits, civic leaders, elected officials, families, and residents to be partners in this work with us. We have seen an outpouring of support for our schools, and we are incredibly grateful to our Milwaukee community, and we still need you. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We have challenges to address, we have systems to improve, and we have academic outcomes that need and must get better. But we also have tremendous assets. We have talented educators, dedicated staff, engaged families, committed partners, and more importantly, more than 60,000 young people with enormous potential. So as we begin this school year, I want to be clear about what MPS is asking of itself and what we are asking of our community. Expect great things, expect great teaching, expect great opportunities, expect great schools, expect us to improve, expect us to be accountable, and expect us to do the work necessary to make those great things happen. Our students deserve great things, and this year MPS is working to live into that promise and that expectation. I want to thank a few people before I pass the mic. I want to thank Michelle Lesky and Mike Terza from our construction team who did just amazing work on these 6 projects. Can we give them a hand? Linda Ergeson, who has shepherded these projects and as the designer and making sure that everything was crisp and sharp and done. Thank you. I'd like to thank Michael Harris, Deputy Superintendent, for his incredible work. I don't know if he made it here today or if he's out working on some things. I think he's out working on things. And of course, the leadership of the board, who without their commitment and really the risk that we all took with our Fund 46, which is getting pretty small, to say the north side is worth this investment. So I want to thank you, Missy, for your incredible leadership of the board to get this vote through, to put these investments in, because we know that this is going to matter huge for this here community on the north side. So I'm just incredibly grateful, and I'm going to go ahead and give the mic to the mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for your partnership.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Cassellius. It's really a pleasure to be here at STARMS. Now, we've gathered here at one of my favorite times of the school year, or of the year rather, because it's back to school time.
All right, we just heard from Milwaukee Superintendent Brenda Cassellius, and then now Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson speaking a little bit about new renovations that were made to the STARMS Discovery Learning Center. It comes, as so many kids are heading back to school. I'm joined now by one of our reporters, Bill Miston. And Bill, one of the big topics we've been covering for a while is the SRO program through MPS schools. I know you had an interview this afternoon. Talk a little bit about what you guys discussed.
Yeah, well, to catch people up to speed, Milwaukee Public Schools did have school resource officers until a contract expired in 2016 when they were still in schools up until 2016, but they patrolled the school grounds until 2020, and then Milwaukee Police's presence was removed from Milwaukee Public Schools. Well, a couple of years ago, you may remember, Act 12 allowed for more shared revenue to come back to municipalities, specifically Milwaukee and Milwaukee County. But as a part of this legislation, it required that school resource officers be back in Milwaukee Public Schools. So this school year, starting next week on Tuesday, will be the first full day of school here in Milwaukee, and it will be the start of the second full year where school resource officers will be in place. So last month we heard at a Common Council committee meeting at the Public Safety and Health Committee, where there was a presentation put forward by the school resource officer program, the captain who's in charge of that. And so we learned some interesting details last month about this program, being that Milwaukee Police had 33 school resource officers assigned to Milwaukee Public Schools in the 25-26 school year. That officers responded to 689 calls for service. That could be at the high schools that they were stationed at or elsewhere throughout the district. And it's important to note that of those calls or what happened, SROs made 31 arrests and issued 70 citations. But it's important to note that that makes up about less than 1% of the school district's population, right? So a small fraction. And so today we sat down with the SRO program, the captain who's in charge of it, as well as the lieutenant, and to discuss the program and what they're hoping to get out of this coming school year. And we got some ideas at this meeting last month where some details were provided to Common Council members about the program and really looking ahead to what's worked, what's happened, and what they're trying to do. And one of the biggest things that they discussed was a need for more engagement with students, staff, and parents, right? And one of the things that they're trying to do right now in talking with the school resource officers is to try and maybe meet parents where they are. So school districts or school districts in general, they'll have parent-teacher conferences, and those are at a set time. Milwaukee Police said that they had also tried to do parent meetings and maybe scheduled them at times that maybe wasn't advantageous for parents. Parents are very busy. They have to pick up their kids from school or worry about getting things done at home, worry about getting kids' homework done. So what they're hoping to try and do this year is to maybe have some of these meetings with parents and families at the same time that the school is having these meetings at a set time that makes it easier for parents' schedules. And one of the takeaways that Milwaukee Police say that has been a benefit is that, you know, for a number of years, school resource officers weren't actually in schools. They were in schools back in 2016, but then after that they weren't. They were maybe patrolling in different zones. And so with this requirement by law for school resource officers to be in schools, school resource officers are in high schools. They are actually there. And so what the department says and what the leaders of the program say is that that allows for far more normal everyday interactions with police officers, that they are viewed as people that can be trusted, that if students have issues, that they can go to them, and that the leaders of the program say that that has been a really big benefit to really try and, instead of just maybe going to a school and saying, well, why are the police here? They're there, and they're there throughout that entire school day, that entire 8 hours that students are in classes. And so that's really one of the big takeaways that those officers that are part of this program say that has been beneficial to them and hopefully to the students, is that there's a lot more normal interactions and FaceTime as opposed to maybe the police just showing up because maybe something bad has happened or there's some sort of crisis and police were needed, right? So that's one of the areas that the program leaders said. I'm just going through my notes right now because I just pulled over, parked outside a high school where students are going to be going back to here in a little bit. I'm sure, Maddie, you remember what that's like. It wasn't too long ago for you, right?
Oh, the shade, but you're right. It wasn't all too long ago. I missed the high school days. So, yeah, Bill, great to have you break down those numbers, and also had to throw in a little shade at the end, of course. But it's okay. It's okay.
Hey, it's the live desk, right?
It's the live desk.
Keep going.
Oh, please go ahead. Diss track? No, I'm kidding.
And so to kind of go, we also asked some questions of Milwaukee Public Schools about, school resource officers being back in the schools. And just to that press conference that you were just hearing from. And so what Superintendent Caselius said, about the requirement for school resource officers needing to be in schools, she said today that they have a new policy in place that puts guidance there for school resource officers. And she said that, these resource officers come in with a knowledge of the schools because the vast majority, if not all of them, have gone through Milwaukee Public Schools themselves and are familiar with those schools. And there is a selection process, we learned today, for school resource officers, asking them, about their experiences with children, with being in school settings, any counseling that they have experience with, to be selected to be a school resource officer. And what Milwaukee Police say is that right now there actually is a waiting list for police officers to be school resource officers. So, right now they have 32 school resource officers. And, if a position opens, there is a waiting list right now for police officers to possibly be in Milwaukee Public Schools. One of the things that school resource officer program said that they're trying to do is have more one-on-one or like group setting meetings with students where they can ask questions of police and kind of learn more about their jobs, the day-to-day, as well as, issues that they may be facing in school. And so the biggest takeaway that Milwaukee Police say is they want to build that engagement where it's not just interactions with schools, staff, parents, or students in moments of crisis, but to develop those relationships. And one of the lieutenants that we spoke with said that one of the biggest things is that, since being back in schools, a metric or a sign of, hey, like we're appreciated and that we're part of this community is being invited to prom, being invited to graduation parties, things of that nature, or sporting events or school events, that these school resource officers are being asked to be there by the students that are there. So we'll be detailing some of that and the conversations that we had with Milwaukee Police and School Resource Officer Program, as well as taking a look at what the district had to say about the program and some of the numbers from this previous school year as students get ready to go back to school next week.
All right, yeah, Bill, thank you for breaking that down. We're looking forward to your reports coming up in our early newscast. I gotta go because school's almost out. I gotta go be with my fellow high schoolers, but thanks so much for joining us on the live desk. Guys, that was a joke. I am not in high school, for those of you wondering, but I do get a lot of heat in the newsroom for being young, but I'm 24, you guys. I'm an adult. I'm here. I've been actually at Fox 6 for 2 years now, just a little over 2 years, but we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 2:20 on your Thursday afternoon. Thanks for being with us on Fox Local. Let's give you a live look outside right now. Gorgeous, gorgeous day out. We can see the Milwaukee lakefront here from our Estabrook Park camera. We're at 74 degrees, so not too hot compared to what we were seeing yesterday. Holly Baker joining us again in studio. Holly, are we staying in the 70s or are we expected to warm back up later this week?
Maddie, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. That was my fault.
We're definitely going to be warming back up. We will be at least in the lower 80s. Now, next week, the heat does return. Mid to upper 80s is what we can expect. But right now, we're at 74 degrees. Our dew points are at 62 with a wind from the east at about 10 miles per hour. Now, looking at those temperatures, dew points across the way here, we do have some spots where it is a little bit more on the muggier side, oppressive, I should even say, for Burlington. They're at 66, but for the most part, everybody is sticky and muggy, but not too bad. We do got a nice breeze, so it is adding a little bit more of a cool down as far as how it feels outdoors. We're looking at temperatures here. Looks like we got a little lake breeze kicking in too, as you see here, 74 in Milwaukee, but we also got those warmer temperatures further out to our west. Watertown, you're at 79. Waukesha, you're at 79. 85 in Burlington. We're definitely going to continue to warm up, guys. We'll at least see the 80s for some of our areas, or they'll touch 80 before the day is over. And then as we get towards the evening, afternoon to evening, we will start to decline with our temperatures. So they'll be dropping to the 70s, and then eventually we'll be settling in the lower 60s. We do keep those conditions nice and dry. So we got a happy Holly forecast that sticks around for a little longer, at least until maybe Saturday afternoon. Could see a few sprinkles, maybe a few showers. Sunday, though, that's going to be our bigger day. And, I mean, we need it. Let's face it here. We are still dealing with drought conditions across the entire state, with the worst of the drought, or the severe part of the drought, is just to our northwest there. As far as southeast Wisconsin, we are overall seeing some spots that are abnormally dry. And even in some of our northern communities there, so you got Fond du Lac County and Sheboygan County, you are in more of a moderate drought. We're continuing to watch those conditions, and hopefully they continue to improve as we see more rain. But really, it's the areas just to our north and northwest that we really got to keep an eye on as far as those drought conditions. And that the rain that we're not going to see is not going to help us. So we don't see any rain over the next couple of days. Throughout today, we'll keep conditions dry. Friday, even better with more of that sunshine. Saturday, we start to get some more of those clouds that really roll into the area. And then from there, we're tracking maybe some rain towards the afternoon on Saturday, but mainly going to be mostly cloudy. Heading into Sunday here, that's when we really track a chance for some showers and storms. That continues Monday and Tuesday. We also keep those temperatures in the lower 80s over the weekend. Start to warm up heading into next week, mid to upper 80s. With warmer temperatures and the rain, we're definitely going to have to watch for severe weather potential as well. We're going to definitely keep a close eye on that, especially as we head towards the beginning of next week. But I do say that we have a decent rest of our week, and even the weekend is looking to shape out to be okay. We might have some rain in there sprinkled in, but I think for the most part, this weekend's going to be a-okay, Maddie.
And Holly, we were talking a little bit, I feel like over the past few weeks, about drought conditions. Where do we stand now? Are we still going to need that rain that's coming next week?
Oh, yeah. So the goal, honestly, Maddie, when it comes to the rain, which I'll even go back to our drought monitor here, the goal is to have the entire state to not have any color. When you look at this map here, you see all of these beautiful fall-like colors, right? This isn't a fall foliage graphic. This is drought. So the goal is for everything to be green. That means there's no drought in existence.
And there's like no green.
And there's barely any green for our state. So that is the goal, is to clear out all of these colors to be back with pure green, where it looks like earth again, you know? So that's kind of the goal. And I do believe that eventually these drought conditions will start to diminish more, especially as we get towards the colder part of our season. Because then, I mean, I don't want to say the S word, but we may be starting to see some snow as we get deeper into, you know, winter and stuff. That will also help the drought conditions a little bit. But if we could get it under control before then, that'd be even better.
And it's interesting to look at that too, because you could see Chicago down below almost completely green.
They've been getting so much rain. It's like when we have rain in the forecast and all of a sudden the rain's not in our area anymore and it completely misses us. It doesn't miss Chicago. So they've been getting their fair share of rain really over the entire summer. And that is why they're shaping up to be in much better shape. I'll even show you this too, Maddie. As we look here at, let's see if we can pull up the entire Midwest to see other areas. You can kind of tell where all of the rain is falling for sure. All of the rain is just here across Illinois, Indiana, as well as even parts of Ohio as well. They're seeing a lot more of that rain. But then you got Wisconsin. We're seeing rain, but not near as much as these other areas. And then it gets even worse the further you go out to the west there. So yeah, we've got a little bit of work to do. We're not the worst place, but we definitely could see a little bit more of those improvements. So the rain in retrospect is a good thing for us, considering that we got a goal of what we want the rain to do.
Wow, what an interesting breakdown. I was talking with Stephanie Barrichello, one of our other meteorologists, yesterday, and we were talking about fall foliage, and she was saying because of the drought conditions, it might affect how much we see in Wisconsin. Now I'm like, maybe I'll go down to Illinois to get my fall foliage, because I need it regardless. It's like the best part of the fall.
Yeah, I believe with the drought conditions, it could really cause, because of the lack of rain, could cause the leaves to really dry out very quickly and fall off, so we may not get to see it for a long period of time. But if we get the rain, you know, we can kind of start to enjoy the colors a bit more. I saw some of the leaves already starting to turn yellow, so I did have hope on the way to work today. But if we could just get some more rain, I think that's going to help us be able to enjoy all of the other colors as well for a long period of time, instead of maybe, you know, a month at max. You know, we need at least, I say up until mid-November, we need beautiful fall colors. That's just what I'm hoping for, but don't think it'll last that long. Maybe through mid-October. Maybe late October if we're lucky enough.
Girl, you and me both. I need to see those fall colors. So I guess hoping for that rain to come next week, after the weekend's done, of course. So we'll keep an eye on it. Holly, thanks for joining us here on the live desk. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're following some breaking news, actually, about new details regarding Josh Jacobs following his arrest in May. Let's bring in Sam Kramer live in the newsroom now. Sam, what have we learned?
Hello there, Maddie. We have just confirmed, talking to a source close to the matter, and is now actually in public records as well, according to Wisconsin's circuit court records, that Packers running back Josh Jacobs has been charged by the Brown County District Attorney with 2 misdemeanors. Looking at the court record right here, those misdemeanors are battery and criminal damage to property. Why that is notable is that it is a difference from what this was described as initially back when Hobart Lawrence police arrested Josh Jacobs, again, the Packers running back in May. I want to bring you in on that situation. So this happened over the weekend, a Saturday in late May, when police responded to a home that is registered to an Oklahoma LLC that is owned by Josh Jacobs, in which they are responding to a disturbance. We reviewed some of the 911 dispatch audio that Brown County dispatchers were having conversations with the 911 callers there, in which they believe this was to be a male-female situation, that things were being said. They believe that this was going to be, pulling up my notes here, yelling and screaming. They could hear yelling and screaming, things being thrown. Eventually, so that was on a Saturday, Josh Jacobs turned himself in to the Brown County Jail on that Tuesday. He was arrested and booked. That is why we all the media outlets, had the booking photo. The next day, he was released from the Brown County Jail without charges, while the Brown County District Attorney, David Lissay, issued a statement saying there's not enough evidence at this point to be able to charge him with any of the charges that he was arrested on suspicion of. And that's a key point, because the two charges that Jacobs is charged with are not felonies. They also are not related to domestic violence. As we just said at the top of this hit, misdemeanor battery, misdemeanor criminal damage to property, both are listed as Class A misdemeanors. Believe that comes with some a maximum sentence of jail time that could be, let me just check. Maximum sentence is up to 9 months in jail, a fine of $10,000, and or both. So there's a lot at play here, and the fact that none of these charges include domestic abuse modifiers is a stark difference, again, from how this was described, how this was labeled 3 months ago. So that is kind of the legal side of this. There's also the sports side to this, Maddie, in that he is Josh Jacobs, a 28-year-old running back, is an important player on the Green Bay Packers team. Starting running back, somebody that they play a lot of money to, and expect him to be kind of on the up and up. In fact, just yesterday, the general manager, Brian Gutekunst, told reporters that the team was preparing that the NFL may suspend him. They just didn't know what for. Because it really does depend on the criminal case to play out. Certainly the NFL runs its own investigation. You would imagine the Packers would do the same thing. But this Sunday is when Brian Gutekunst, head coach Matt LaFleur, will make their decisions on who makes the team. Part of that planning you would have to ascertain is going to be accounting for, okay, how long is Jacobs going to be out, and therefore what other running backs do we take? So this is something that we've been waiting on a little more than 3 months to the day, but again, we can confirm now the Brown County District Attorney has charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors, one being battery, the other being criminal damage to property. Neither of those charges are domestic violence related, and we don't yet know when he will appear in court. I'm just checking the records here. Looks like an initial appearance is scheduled for November 17th at 9 o'clock in Brown County.
Now, Sam, and you had mentioned too that we've been waiting months for this. He was arrested back in May. I feel like things went quiet as we went throughout the summer and into training camp. So why are we just getting these now?
So there's a lot of investigation that goes into this, and I guess I would compare it to almost a critical incident. The severity, the seriousness of this is not the same. I'm talking about a critical incident that would be like any time when police are involved in use force, something to that matter. The extent of the investigation that is required on those incidents is really expansive. There's a lot of research, a lot of review of evidence, of technological aspects that have to come back to this. And if you remember, we talked to Jonathan Lavoie, the attorney with Kim and Lavoie, in reporting this story back in May. And so why would they release him if, from what we are seeing here, like these are serious charges? Why would they release him? And he said it really comes down to the evidence, but also it comes down to the involvement and or willingness to participate on behalf of the woman that was involved in this case. We know from domestic violence advocates that oftentimes these cases aren't necessarily prosecuted to the level that victims of domestic violence and abuse would like them to, because that prosecution relies upon the victim to testify, to provide some of that evidence. And if they choose not to, it makes it that much harder for prosecutors to go ahead and do this. But in talking with Jonathan Lavoie, he said, look, there could be a number of elements that they want to get. Are there neighborhood cameras there that may have captured something? Are there cameras in the house that could capture something if it's saved to a server? Whether or not they know that, they can file subpoenas and try and get some of that information. So that's a way to get around, perhaps, if a victim in a case doesn't want to participate in the prosecution in a possible trial. But I think it was just giving time for the DA, David Lissay, to be able to review that evidence and then have a kind of, honest moment with himself, with his assistant district attorneys to say, okay, is what we have here enough to convince a jury that this is exactly what happened, that he is guilty of this? Because that's a key distinction. Probable cause to be able to file this is more likely than not. So if you're looking at it from percentages, it's 51% likely, okay? But if you're going to take this to trial, you need to be 100% sure, that is, to convince a jury 100% that he is guilty of this. So that 49% gap, if you will, again, using my mathematical analogy, is where prosecutors have to decide, is it worth it or is it viable? And I think that is what took so long.
Sam, this is kind of a broad question, and I don't even know if you'd be able to answer it, but how often, I feel like it's pretty rare to see an athlete this high profile headed to trial. Like, I know, and we don't know if that will happen, but what is the likelihood of that?
I mean, certainly, you make a good point. Athletes, especially professional athletes, if they are involved in cases like this, it is certainly high profile. It is certainly going to get a lot of attention because, right or wrong, these people, through their salaries, through their attention, through our love for sports, are placed on pedestals in our communities. And if you refer back to the Packers, I mean, they are adored in this state. One of my journalism instructors in high school said, doesn't matter what is happening, but Packers news is always going to be important news in Wisconsin. This certainly is true today. That being said, if you just think back across our four teams, I can't think of any Bucks involved in something major as of late. Packers-wise, within the last couple of years, it's not really ringing a bell. Brewers-wise, not really either. I mean, Brewers, the last issue they had would be Ryan Braun with his PED testing issue. So, at least in Wisconsin, it's relatively rare, I think it's safe to say.
Sam, on the legal side, I know there's a lot of things that we're going to be looking out for on the sports side of things, but legally, from now until November, you said 17th, is there anything else that we'll be finding out or could find out over the next few months?
Well, certainly when the criminal complaint is obtained, and again, charges were just filed moments before we joined you here. The criminal complaint will provide some detail that kind of keys us in on what Hobart Lawrence Police dug into and what, with the help of the Brown County District Attorney's Office, actually was able to assist within this investigation. Excuse me, looking at my phones here just to see if I have missed anything, and nothing yet. So it's going to be our window into the investigation for the first time, beyond what we have already gathered with the jail records when Jacobs was arrested and released, and beyond the brief statement from Hobart Lawrence Police as far as these are the charges that he was arrested on suspicion of. So, starts there. I would expect that we would hear from Jacobs' legal team today. I would expect we would hear a minimal statement from the Packers today. Also the NFL, which would likely confirm that they've just been studying this, waiting for the legal aspects of it to fall before they go on and make their own decision. Jacobs, we haven't heard from on this incident. He has not played in either of the preseason games. There's a chance he does play on Friday. But then beyond that, should he make the team, and that, of course, is the expectation. After that would be a time when sports reporters from every market in Wisconsin would be wanting to hear from him and hear his side on this. So certainly through statements, through public records, we will start to learn some of this. But yeah, until he actually speaks to address this, whether he himself or through his legal team, it's really going to be limited based on what we can gather from officials.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. Pretty big breaking news here. Thanks for hopping on the live desk right away. Please go ahead. Yeah.
One more point from you. I just got a statement from his legal team that I'm going to send out to our newsroom right now, but I'll read it to you here. So it's a statement from David Chesnoff, who is Jacob's attorney based in Las Vegas, Richard Schoenfeld, and Clarence Duchak III. The statement says, quote, the Brown County District Attorney has reviewed evidence and elected to file misdemeanor charges against Josh Jacobs that do not include domestic violence. The allegations will be addressed in court and not in the media. Mr. Jacobs respects the District Attorney's office and the process it followed. So, again, minimal statement, but just pointing out the fact that we pointed out that the charges that were filed are not felonies. They are not related to domestic violence.
Wow, Sam, all right. Thank you for, again, hopping on right away for us, even breaking that statement here on the live desk. We'll be checking in with you throughout the next few hours about what could possibly develop. I'm sure you said a lot more people were expected to hear from today. Thanks for hopping on.
You bet.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. Mary Stoker-Smith standing by. She's going to take you through the next hour, and then I'll hop back in to take you through the rest of Fox 6 News at 4. Thanks for being with me here on the live desk. Mary Stoker-Smith. We'll see you on the other side. We're actually going to take you out right now to the trial of Tupac Shakur while Mary gets logged in. She'll be with you on the other side.
There used to be an apartment complex right there. There was one alley, 2 streets, and the area command that had that area wanted us to check to see if these were gang members. We went in, we stopped some juvenile males. They were not gang members, they were just juvenile males. While we were standing there talking to these males, we heard about the gunshots. We didn't want to talk to these males anymore, so we jumped in our vehicles and we moved to the shooting scene.
Okay. And what you're pointing at for the jury, just for the record, is the intersection of Cobalt and Flamingo?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, fair to say, of course, you're there conducting your business as a member of the gang unit.
That's correct.
You weren't there for overflow or anything to do with special events
No.
for the fight?
No.
Okay. Now, for some of us who weren't around during this time period, can you describe for us a little bit about the activity that was going on at the time in terms of the streets and people walking around when you heard the shots being fired?
It was packed. It was extremely, there was people everywhere, people walking, traffic was fully backed up. We had to get into the intersection, we had to use, we were in non-marked cars, so we were in plain cars. We moved into the intersection using red lights and sirens. We moved across, people were waving at us and pointing. There was a vehicle there that became of interest to us. Some girls had been shot at. While we had gotten out to talk to them and find out what was going on, we had no idea this was attached to anything. One of the guys on my team, Dino Kelly, found some cartridge cases in the street. So we started moving our vehicles in the area to block off traffic so they wouldn't get run over and putting up yellow tape.
Now, once again, were you in charge of the investigation of either the shooting or the eventual homicide?
No.
All right, so at the time in 2000 or 1996, you were anything other than your gang unit detective?
Right, and at that time we had found a shooting scene. We don't know what we have. So we're just securing the scene in case there are victims, and then we would find out what was going on.
At some point in the future, though, as you progress in your career, did you ever, at any point, leave the gang unit?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
In 2000, I was invited to test to go into homicide. I then tested for homicide and went into homicide.
And what year was that?
2000.
Now, during the time that you were in homicide, that would have been from 2000 to roughly when?
I retired from the department in 2017.
So you spent 17 years in homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during the time period that you were in homicide, were you ever assigned the case involving the Tupac murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to stay a little bit. I just want to make sure. You were given the assignment at some point?
Yes, I was. 2004, my sergeant, Kevin Manning, handed me the file and said I would follow up any further leads.
All right. And can you explain to us a little bit about how that works? You're a detective. The file had been with somebody else prior, Detective Becker.
Yeah, Detective Becker and Detective Mike Franks.
Okay. And now you have the file.
Yes.
So what do you do as a detective when you're handed a file that's already been worked on?
You read it. You read it. I went through the pictures. I then discussed it with my sergeant. I went down to California. There was a lot in that file, and I didn't know Compton very well. I didn't know Compton at all. So I went down. I had ridden in the gang unit with gang detectives, and I knew them still. So I called and said, "Can you take me around and show me these things?" So we drove around Compton. They showed me houses where the Compton Crips lived. They showed me where Orlando Anderson died. They showed me a lot of different things. And Compton was very small, but it was very impacted with gangs.
Now, during this time period, can you describe for us a little bit about was there still an interest in the murder of Tupac at the time that you took over the case? Meaning, was there media attention? Maybe not so.
Hey everybody, Mary Stoker-Smith coming at you from the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to take a quick break there and then talk to, we're going to have much more, of course, on our Packers breaking news, but then we're going to talk with an allergist coming up on the other side of the break, as you just saw him getting in queue there. Let's get him mic'd up, get him ready to go. A lot to talk about this afternoon in the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk, everybody. Mary Stoker-Smith coming at you on this Thursday afternoon, about 2:49 right now. And before we get you back to that breaking news again that we were covering there with the charges that have been filed, the 2 misdemeanor charges there, we're going to take a little break, regroup there, get some more information. In the meantime, take it back here to southeastern Wisconsin and our outdoors, because everybody wants to be outside. This is really the last weekend in August, and so before the kids head back to class, if they haven't already, picnics are planned, maybe a quick little family reunion, or at least an opportunity to get out, especially when it's been so nice. And unfortunately, though, because of that, we have to be weather aware in terms of allergies, asthma, and sinuses. I suffer from them. I'm with you. I know how bad they can be. And right now we are joined with allergists. We saw you a little bit earlier. Just quick pop up there, doctor. Thank you for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. This is Dr.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Gary Stephen. And you are obviously an expert in allergy, asthma, and sinuses. You're with the center there in Wisconsin. And ragweed levels right now are so high. I know as somebody who's been diagnosed as being a ragweed allergen, I know how difficult these can be, these symptoms to control. Here's the catch, though. You want to be outside. You want to have the windows open and let the air breathe or the fresh air in. And I've been told, well, it's best if you can kind of contain everything. How can we enjoy the last couple weeks of summer and still not suffer from all these danders going on out there?
Well, there are 3 ways of treating allergies, as you alluded to: avoidance, but then we have medications and immunotherapy or allergy shots. And like I tell all my patients, for pollen allergies, avoidance is kind of not on the table. We don't advocate bubbles or never going outside. And so we're left with medication and immunotherapy. And there are a lot of good medications to address the inflammation that you get when you're exposed to things that you're allergic to. And then for people for whom the medications don't work well enough, or they want to minimize the amount of medication that they use, then we have immunotherapy or the allergy shots or under the tongue tablets to decrease the sensitivity so that there isn't as much inflammation to begin with, and so that people don't need as much medication.
I was surprised to hear about this. Break down the science, if you will, because it has been relatively dry. I always think when you get this damp, cool weather, kind of moldy type weather, that you have these things like ragweed and allergens out in the air, but the weather seems to be so perfect. How is it that these pollutants that we're all allergic to are able to thrive in this kind of climate we have right now?
Well, weeds are designed for that. And the weeds pollinate based on the light cycle. So the amount of light versus dark that we have at this time of year in the middle of August is the trigger for when weeds pollinate. And so if there have been reasonable conditions for growth and the weeds are green and growing, then this is the time that they pollinate, which is kind of a cruel thing for allergy sufferers, because the peak of the ragweed season is right at the beginning of the school year, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, exactly. And here's my other question is, how do you know the difference between a cold, if you're getting the flu, if you're getting a little something, or if you're like, oh, this is allergies? Because I know we struggle with that here at work. You'll hear somebody and you're thinking, I want to keep my distance because I don't want to get sick, but they say, oh, it's just my allergies. What are the telltale signs there?
Biggest one is fever. Now, a lot of viral infections don't give you a lot of a prominent fever either. But if there is a fever, that is an infection. Allergies never give you a fever. And just talking with people, you find out when they are sneezing. If you have a viral infection, you are sneezing 24/7. If you are allergic to outdoor allergens, you sneeze when you go outside.
So that's a big difference. What are some of the medications that we can do except for or besides over the counter? I know I'm a big fan of Zyrtex, just saying, not trying to do a commercial for them. Seems to work better than some of the others, Claritin or Allegra. But there are people who say, I don't want to put that into my body. I just want a natural at-home remedy. If that's the case, what would you recommend doing?
There are a lot of things out there about this, that, and the other thing that work for allergies. They don't really. And it really depends on how people are categorizing things. When you take anything, whether it is a purified pharmaceutical or an off-the-shelf herb that is intended to address allergies, you're still taking a medication. It's just that people like to think of herbs as not medications. They are. A lot of these are the original plant sources of the medications that we use. And the problem is that there's no control. When you are developing a pharmaceutical, you have strict regulations about manufacture and quality control and consistency of dosing. You don't have that if it is a not purified herb, and so it's pretty much a crapshoot. That's why we don't recommend herbs, because we don't know what you're getting from lot to lot. And people pay money for our advice. We need to give high quality advice. If I tell you that this is going to work, it's going to work. And I know that with the pharmaceuticals, but it is a much more individualized thing with the herbal supplements. If they work, great, but there really is no way of finding that out without trial and error.
And, Dr. Steve and I have heard, of course, just washing your hair, trying to wash things, the clothes, the bed sheets from, being in or from being outside, from being in. I mean, it seems like it would be a common sense thing. Does that really help as well?
People will notice that to some extent. The problem is that all of those things are doing is just trying to reduce the amount of pollen that you're exposed to. But the reason it's there is because you were outside. That's going to be your big exposure. And yes, some people will notice if they've been out all day, if they wash their hair before they go to bed, they might make it through the night a little bit better because you're shaking the pollen out of your hair and inhaling it during the night. Most of those things are modest effects, but for some people they do seem to help.
Yeah, exactly. And last thing, I'm always thinking about, what can I eat? What can I drink to make it a little bit better? I know that's kind of a question, the non-conventional question, but are there foods? Is there something we can be putting in our body, natural remedies, so to speak, to keep this culprit away of the runny, itchy, sneezy eyes and nose?
Not foods. No, I've never heard of anything like that. No, the best thing and the safest thing is the antihistamines. And when those aren't working adequately, the nasal steroid sprays are the best.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I know the D sometimes can have an effect on you if you could get drowsy, for example. So if you are going to pick up an over-the-counter antihistamine, explain the difference between the D on the package and the ones that just have the label no D.
Yeah, the D stands for decongestant. The ones that are off the shelf really don't work very well. The only one that really works significantly well is pseudoephedrine, which is now behind the counter. You need to get that from the pharmacist. You don't need a prescription for it, but you need to get it from the pharmacist. And those work reasonably well. We usually don't recommend those because of all of the side effects. It is much more likely to cause people to be jittery. In older guys, it'll plug up the prostate. Then it's just not a great class of medication to use. For those that works well and it doesn't keep them up at night and they tolerate it, it's fine. But the decongestant effect of the nasal steroid sprays is usually way, way, way better.
Yeah, and last question before we let you go, when can we find some relief in your opinion? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but if we are looking forward to, the fall months, do things quiet down, September, October perhaps?
Certainly by October, things will quiet down when you start taking some medication. Yeah, that's we don't, like I say, we don't advocate people just staying indoors until the coast is clear. But the ragweed pollen usually starts to back off by the middle of September, and is pretty much gone by late September, early October.
Okay, great. Well, Dr. Gary Stephen, thank you so much. You've really given us some things to think about, and so it's kind of one of those things we got to grin and bear it just a little bit, but we don't want to stay inside. We get, what, this much of summer, right? This much of fall?
Yeah, right.
We get out when
right.
we can.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for being with us on the Wisconsin Live Desk on this Thursday afternoon. Have a great weekend. Get out and enjoy it if you can.
Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There you have it. Got to get out. We got to enjoy this weather because it is gorgeous out there. When I look around the area right now, it looks really quiet and really nice. We do need the rain. Let me show you this drought condition map right now. Looking at the drought conditions right now, we could desperately need some rain. I know a lot of people are saying, well, we want it dry because of the obviously last week in summer, and a lot of kids heading back to class September 1st for Milwaukee Public Schools, so you want to get out and enjoy, but boy, we really could use some rain, particularly when it comes to the northern part of our state there, and even as we look out west a little bit. So yeah, we are dry. Nothing exceptional, as you can see there, but we're still at a dry to moderate level here in the southeastern Wisconsin level. So we'll take a full check of the weather a little bit later, but for right now, we're going to take a quick break and come back on the other side with more local news. So keep it here in Fox Local. So glad you're with us today. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk, everybody. Mary Stoker-Smith, so happy to be with you on this Thursday afternoon as we get ready for the weekend. Before we take a look around southeastern Wisconsin to tell you about some of the activities going on and take a look at the actual forecast, we do need to get back to the serious matter that we started with today, and that was this news here, as you can see there on your screen, that Packers' Josh Jacobs has now been criminally charged in connection to that incident that was reported back in May. We're going to get to those details in just a moment, but Jacobs again now criminally charged, and GM Brian Gutekunst says the team is prepared for the NFL to suspend Jacobs. Again, I'm no NFL aficionado. However, I would think that this would be in their code of conduct, that if you've got a player in the National Football League who is facing and has been charged now criminally, there has to be a suspension in light of the allegations until those charges are cleared. If they're cleared, I would think that would be standard protocol, standard operating procedure. Let's take you back. You may remember this very high-profile incident that this happened back in May. This was, at the time, we weren't sure exactly what was going on when we first heard about that, but it seems as though, things have kind of gone from, this may be nothing, to obviously it is something. Jacobs turned himself in back on May 26th. He was released from the Brown County Jail just a day later without charges. The district attorney's office said that prosecutors just needed more evidence before deciding whether to file charges. Here's the story. Police said that they responded to an incident, a disturbance incident, not saying what that disturbance was, but they said this happened, this incident happened with, presumably, they had said, allegedly rather, a female in Jacobs back on May 23rd. Police listed the charges that they arrested him on, and that included felony strangulation, battery, domestic abuse against this female, criminal damage to property, and disorderly conduct and intimidation of a victim. So we did listen to dispatch audio here at Fox 6, and the dispatcher was heard saying, "I can hear yelling and screaming and things being thrown. It's plotting to this location. I have an open line, possible male, female." And again, that female, obviously we don't know who that female is, but we wouldn't release that information anyway to protect the female. But obviously this involved Josh Jacobs. We know that then several days later, Jacobs turned himself in, and the 28-year-old basically said that he was going to still keep on as usual. He was part of the preseason practices, even though he was dealing with an injury, and he was at one point seen to be a very valuable part of the Packers organization. So he wanted to practice after coming off of that injury. Again, we do not know exactly what transpired in that incident, but we do know that, as you can see there, obviously this has gone from something where he turned himself in, and so there was kind of a rumor or a feeling that, okay, maybe this will be cleared up, game over, so to speak, no pun, and that things will be fine preseason, and that is obviously not the case. So we are looking at what these charges would be exactly, and then the suspension coming from the NFL that will be forthcoming. That's all we know at this point. Everything's very preliminary. We will keep you updated just as soon as we learn more, but we wanted to give you some backstory if you're joining us there at 3:08. Let's shift gears. Because we are coming into the last week in August. September starts. Can we believe it? Can we absolutely believe that September is starting next? I'm looking at my calendar here. I can't believe this. Holly Baker, as you're joining us, September is starting next week. First of all, we used to joke, our grandparents would say, summer's flying. Where'd summer go? But here we are at the end of summer. What happened?
I know, but to be honest, it doesn't feel like it's the end of summer.
I agree.
The dates kind of say, okay, summer's ending. We're heading into September. You're going to start seeing more fall stuff. But Mary, those temperatures in the 80s are sticking around. So as long as we got those 80-degree days, summer is here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, and technically we got a little bit more time. Summer technically doesn't end until at least towards the end of September.
Yeah.
But today, I mean, we are a little bit on the cooler side. We have a lake breeze that kicked in. So we're at 75 degrees here in Milwaukee. Dew points at 62 with wind coming from the east at about 9 miles per hour. Looking across the entire area here for our dew points. Dew points measure the amount of moisture in the air. We're not seeing too much of the moisture in the air, but some spots could feel a little bit more from the muggy to oppressive side, especially like Burlington right at 66. But if you look further out to the west there, Madison, you're feeling nice and comfortable around 57 for your dew points. Looking at temperatures here, it is cooler by the lake as you're seeing. We're in the mid 70s, but as you go further out to the west, we're seeing 80s in Waukesha. Burlington, you're at 86 degrees, so it definitely feels really great and like summer out there. And then we're also seeing some 80s in Madison. We look at those temperatures as they're going to be forecasted throughout the rest of tonight. You'll notice that temperatures will start to drop, especially once the sun goes down. We'll be dropping to the lower 70s, and then eventually we will be transitioning into the 60s. We do keep our conditions nice and dry, though, across the entire state, as you see here. Those conditions will stay dry for us, and that's going to be lasting for more than just one day. Now, that's a great thing for you to enjoy the nice and dry weather, but not so great when we're looking at our current drought conditions. This is a look at our updated drought monitor. Today is Thursday, and that is when the drought monitor comes out. You do notice that those conditions to our northwest and the northern half of the state have even worsened. So we're seeing more of those severe drought spots across the entire state or across like different spots of the state. But as you go closer to home here in southeast Wisconsin, we're not necessarily having improvements, but our conditions aren't getting worse. We are overall abnormally dry for majority of our viewing area. Some spots not even a part of a drought anymore. And then our northern counties, Fond du Lac County and Sheboygan County, they are in a moderate drought. We need the rain, though, statewide. We need the rain, but we're not going to be getting it over the next couple of days, really not until the weekend. As we look here on the Sky Vision Plus and plan ahead throughout tonight, we keep those conditions nice and dry. Skies stay pretty clear. Heading into Friday, another happy holly forecast for you. That's a great way to start the weekend. And as we head towards the later half of Friday, start to get a little bit more of those clouds. Those clouds continue into Saturday's forecast, and that's when we can start tracking the chance of rain. Now, is this going to be enough to fix the drought conditions? Not necessarily. We're going to need more than just this little patch of rain for us to really fix those drought conditions. But as we head into the weekend, we do get a scattered chance for some showers for late Saturday, looking a little bit drier heading into Sunday's forecast. But we warm up, as you see here. We start to get to the 90s next week with a slight chance of more of that rain, Mary. So we're speaking so soon about summer is ending. I don't know. We may be jinxing ourselves. Are we sure summer looks like it's starting all over again? I can't hear you, Mary.
Hold on. I was clearing my throat. Put myself on mute because I'm so excited. I was going to say September starting Tuesday. Don't look like it. Holly, I know you can't pinpoint. Todd gives me a hard time on this all the time. However, I was told there's a lot of weddings on Saturday. So do we know if those showers will hold off till later, till after the pictures for the brides, perhaps?
Let's look. Let me go to our...
I'm not involved in any weddings. I just heard a lot of weddings.
Let's see. This is as far. Let me look at another model and see what that one is going to be saying.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Yeah. I always think about the brides out there and the grooms and wanting those beautiful pictures, particularly down by the lakefront in the Calatrava. I'm always down there running over the weekend and I see them and I think, oh, if the rain holds off at least until the reception for them, they'll be in good shape.
This is Saturday morning, and then as we head towards the afternoon, we get a slight chance for some showers, as you see here.
But nothing major, huh?
No severe weather.
Great.
From what we're looking like. This is around 12:30 p.m. So right after lunch.
Yeah.
Up until, let's say, 12 to maybe 4.
Okay.
But we'll still keep those clouds around, though. But I honestly feel like when you have clouds in the forecast, that makes better pictures, in my opinion.
All right.
Because, so I think, honestly, it's just that early, like, afternoon. So maybe noon to maybe, let's say, give or take 5 o'clock. Most of that should be out of here. We will have some lingering clouds, but I think if a good photographer has a flash, some lights, it'll be okay.
All right, we got some real serious matters to talk about, so I'm just going to take 30 seconds to celebrate your dress because that's the perfect barbecue picnic headed out this weekend dress. You got the flair of the pop of the color, and you got pockets. Everything's better with a pocket.
Yes, and I wore a pink today for Dolly.
Oh.
You have on pink too.
Well, pink, I didn't think of that. I wore white yesterday in, honor, but a pink, that's a great color for our girl Dolly. Did you see the cake mix I had yesterday? She has, cake mixes in their pink boxes.
Oh, she does have cake mixes.
Yeah. All right, wonderful. What a great tribute.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Holly. We will see you later on Fox 6, but thanks for the update. Really appreciate it. All right, we are going to switch gears here, and we want to talk about a couple serious matters, and for that, we are joined by Jonathan Lavoie, a friend here of Fox 6. Really appreciate you being here with us, Jonathan. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're slated to talk about the Lindsay Clancy trial. And let's start with that, and then we may get you on another matter, because the jury was just sent home in this really high-profile case involving Lindsay Clancy. And, for people perhaps who haven't been covering this or have been watching this trial, I find it fascinating because you're talking about, I listened to some of the testimony. One of the things that stuck out to me that I haven't heard reiterated is this. They talked about the chaplain who went to see Lindsay Clancy. She was, on behalf of the defense. And she talked about her demeanor, and they said, did you ever document that she heard voices telling her to kill her 3 children? Did you ever write that down? Because you took pretty fastidious notes. And that chaplain said, no, I didn't. Which kind of thought, would that be a seed? And not that the chaplain's discredited at all, I don't mean that, but what could be the reason for that, and how could that play into the prosecution's, arsenal, if you will?
Yeah, when we're dealing with psychosis, particularly postpartum psychosis, the issue of hearing voices or having your mind drive you to commit a crime is really important. So there's been a lot of discussion at this trial about, did she hear voices? Is there any proof that she heard voices? How many times has she heard voices? And the prosecution's trying to poke holes in her defense that this was not a psychotic break, but rather a choice that she made, albeit in a depressed state, but that she was mentally responsible. So the voices are just a key piece of evidence in this case.
I find that very interesting. So just a quick backup for people who are maybe just not as familiar with this case. You're talking about there's a difference between the postpartum depression and this psychosis. So the jury is just left. What, as the defense, what do they have to do to convince the jury, or what do they have to do to say, listen, she was having, my words, an out-of-body experience. In other words, she wasn't in control and shouldn't be found criminally responsible, versus what does the prosecution have to say, hey, she killed her 3 kids, doesn't matter what happened here, she needs to be held accountable.
Yeah, that's correct. So just having a mental health disorder or issue, which I think everyone agrees that she had major postpartum issues. The issue at the trial is whether it's so severe that she wasn't able to even understand what she was doing, that she wasn't able to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct, or that she wasn't able to conform her behavior to the law. And it really comes down to, was it, like you described, an out-of-body experience where she had no control and her mental health just took over, or was this a product of more of a choice related to her mental health? So that the defense really has to establish, and the jury has to find, that the mental health was so severe that she simply was on autopilot, that the voices and the things that were happening to her were psychotic and not just a kind of a standard mental health issue what the state is trying to make this be.
I would think the fact that she threw herself then, after killing her children, out of that window, and she's obviously suffered some injuries from that, would that play into the defense's, favor, that, listen, not only did she hurt her kids, but then she did try to kill herself. She didn't kill these kids and then go on about her business.
I think that's a very strong point for the defense, and I'm glad you brought that up, because when we look at defenses like this, we look at the behavior sort of before and after the event to determine, is she kind of acting rationally? Is she acting normally? The fact that she, I think, cut herself is part of the evidence, and then she threw herself out of a window, certainly supports the fact that she was not acting rationally. So I think that is a very key point the defense made at closing. and is going to be an important consideration for the jury.
Yeah, well, the jury has been, as we know, the deliberations, have wrapped up for the day. They're going to resume again at 9 a.m. in the morning. I always ask you this with any really high-profile case, and really one that we haven't seen a lot of. Will this set a precedence for other cases perhaps going forward? We would never want to see this again, but if we do, what implications on the outcome of this Clancy case could it be for the next case coming forward?
Well, it's interesting, in the same courtroom where this trial has occurred, there was a trial of a similar nature in which the judge did not allow this mental health defense to come out, and that got reversed on appeal. So this one is kind of unique in the sense that the judge now in the Clancy case is allowing this mental health defense. And I think that in postpartum cases, and that's why it's drawn so much interest, there's a lot of questions about whether postpartum psychosis is real and whether it can truly impact a person's status as to whether they're guilty of committing a crime. So I think this case is very important for future cases where this type of awful behavior occurs, but might be explainable through this postpartum psychosis that's being discussed in court.
Yeah, it is rare. It's not uncommon, of course, for postpartum, but according to the experts, it's for the psychosis, it really is estimated to affect only 1 to 2 per 1,000 women after delivery. So not incredibly uncommon, but for this degree, this severity, it'll be interesting to see what they come back with. We will find out, of course, tomorrow to see how they feel and how she presented herself. We saw her break down multiple times during the course of testimony. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Any final thoughts on that before we get to the next issue, Mr. Lavoie?
Yeah, the only other thing I would add to the Clancy case is that there was a lot of information about stuff that was happening to her prior to her behavior. And I think that's really, really important, that she was seeking help and that she was medicated and seeking alternative medications and what have you. So I think this jury verdict is going to be a close call. I don't think the jury wants to find her not guilty because of mental disease, but this case has all the earmarks of somebody who is not acting rationally. And I think there's a real chance the jury could find her not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to your point, they brought in a bag of the drugs. You saw the CVS labels on all these medications saying, and I'm sure that was deliberate too, to say these are the tangible meds that she was on. So it'll be interesting to see how that affected the jury. We switched gears. We didn't plan to talk to you about this, but since you're here, we did want to touch on the Josh Jacobs incident that we've been talking about, the Packers star there, and now being criminally charged with this May incident. I had said a little earlier when this all happened, back in May, he turned himself in after this situation came to light. A couple days later, we were told it was going to go away. The fact he turned himself in, we thought this might be, kind of swept under the carpet and nothing. Criminal charges are a big deal. So what does that mean? It was 2 misdemeanor charges, but explain exactly what does that mean? When I saw that, I thought, wait, a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. It's not a you're not a criminal at that point. So how do you get charged with misdemeanors? First of all, just break that down.
Yeah, so District Attorney Lassay had to make a really tough decision in this situation. This has been, under review for quite some time. It's not uncommon for an individual to be arrested and then released and then their case be reviewed for sometimes weeks, if not months. The timing, of course, is very difficult in this situation because of the start of the football season. For Mr. Jacobs, certainly the good news is they did not charge him with felonies as they had originally arrested him for. But misdemeanors are still criminal offenses that carry with it the potential of jail time and the potential of probation. And I think even more significant to him could be a potential suspension or issue with the NFL. So the timing of this is awful for Mr. Jacobs, and the charges, albeit serious, are much less serious than they started at.
We had mentioned timing. What is the reason that there was such a delay? This happened back in May. We're starting the NFL season here. So what is this typical that it would take, June, July, August, 3 months and change?
Yeah, it's a little bit speculation, but when a district attorney is reviewing a high profile case like this, they're careful to do a very diligent investigation. So I would anticipate that there may have been ongoing follow-up investigations. There may have been waiting for certain forensic evidence to be returned. So it's not uncommon for there to be a delay like this. It's just unique in this situation because it's now the charges are coming right on the heels of the football season. I have a feeling it had nothing to do with that. It probably was the state just trying to do a diligent job of making sure they've got their case tight before they charge it, because they know it's going to be carefully monitored by everyone when it goes to court.
And again, we want to be careful. We're not convicting, but if there's a charge here, this isn't just, okay, this is, you've turned yourself in. There was enough there for the charging. In other words, they saw enough through that 911 call, through perhaps the witness or the victim statements, to say there's enough here to charge you. There must have been something quite substantial, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, so he's charged with battery and criminal damage to property, which are both misdemeanors. They're likely going to require the testimony of the victim, if this matter goes to trial, to be able to talk about what occurred. So the fact he's charged certainly does not make him guilty. And the state still bears the burden of proof by bringing in witnesses and evidence to show that the crime was committed. The criminal damage to property, they potentially have forensic evidence involving whatever item was broken. So the state still has their hands full to prove the case, and they're still going to require the testimony of the alleged victim to be able to prove their case in court.
I got to get in the weeds just a little bit, because I wanted to find out, okay, the NFL probably doesn't have a book to say you have to be suspended, but isn't the NFL the governing body? So in other words, if the NFL says, listen, you got to suspend this guy, and say Brian Gutekunst, the Packers GM, says, no, we're not going to, do they have to follow the NFL's rules? And are there rules from the NFL to say if a player's charged, he's got to sit for a bit?
Yeah, so we all know from the media reports that there's a player conduct review that's done by the NFL. It's certain that that is going to be now done, now that we know what the charges are, and now that the case has been charged, all of the evidence can now be publicly accessed. So I'm certain that the NFL is going to want to look specifically as to what exactly occurred in the police reports and the other evidence, and they'll make a decision. But we've seen, Mary, over time that the NFL has been wildly inconsistent with the way that they've imposed their player suspensions. So anything could be possible here. But I will tell you, it's much better that it's a misdemeanor level charge than a felony level charge. Mm-hmm. And that certainly is going to help Mr. Jacobs avoid maybe a more stringent either suspension or other issue with the NFL.
Well, of course, there's always the court of public opinion, however, and no matter what the outcome, this certainly is a stain on Josh Jacobs, regardless of what happens, regardless of if he's found not guilty of anything. It is just not the kind of publicity the Packers, who, let's be honest, they want to maintain their family-friendly, image, as well as the NFL. NFL can't be happy at all about any of this. So it's either way, they've got some public relations to think about as well going forward.
Particularly now with the timing of the football season. I mean, it's unfortunate that this wasn't taken care of a little bit earlier for Mr. Jacobs before right now, but we are here, and that's why this is such a big deal right now.
Yeah. Thank you for your versatility. Always a pleasure to have you on, Jonathan. We just appreciate it. We could talk to you about anything. I mean, Groundhog's Day, we may come back and talk to you. Something just, obscure, because you'd have great knowledge on that.
Maybe not, but I always try. So
have a good weekend. Thank you for being here.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. Take care.
You too. Yeah. Just wanted to lighten up the load here as I leave you on this Thursday. We didn't have a lot of time to talk about things going on the weekend with this breaking news, but either way, we'll keep our eye on this breaking news involving Josh Jacobs from the Packers, bring you any updates as we get them, as well as monitoring the developments from the Lindsay Clancy trial. Those we're supposed to hear more tomorrow morning and see that, as well as things going on in and around the area. So nice to have you with us. Going to be a beautiful weekend, as Holly Baker said. Get out, enjoy. If you suffer from the ragweed, grab your remedies, take your shower, and still get out and maybe grab a barbecue or two. Pleasure to have you with us. I'm going to take a quick break, let Maddie slide back in, and I will see you next week here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you tonight on Fox 6 News.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
I'm following a lot of breaking news here on the Live Desk. First, locally, we've learned that Packers running back Josh Jacobs has been charged with 2 misdemeanors. We did just get the criminal complaint into our newsroom. We'll have a full breakdown coming up on Fox 6 News at 4. But again, we were waiting on these charges for months now, and they finally did come in today. We just talked to our Sam Kramer a little bit about this, and we know in recent years, this is the first time we've seen a high-profile athlete in Wisconsin facing these kind of charges, and possibly, we'll see when he's back where he's in court on November 17th where this could head. But we do know again that he was charged with 2 misdemeanors. Again, this is not relating to the alleged domestic violence dispute that happened back in May that we talked about that led to the arrest originally. So again, Sam Kramer will have that full breakdown coming up on Fox 6 News at 4, but something that we did want to break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Some other news that we're following as well, the jury has been sent home for the day in the trial for Lindsay Clancy. We know that it's been 21 days of the trial, and now the jury did start deliberating earlier this morning, and after several hours, again around 4:30 their time, the judge did send the jury home. They will begin deliberations tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Some other trial news that we're following as well with Tupac, the murder of Tupac Shakur. We know that the defense has just rested in that as well. So a lot of news coming in the courtroom that we're going to continue to follow here on the Wisconsin Live Desk today and also tomorrow when things do begin to resume. We're going to check in on our weather in just a moment here. I just got back and logged in. We're going to take you through Fox 6 News at 4. But we'll be right back in a short break. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 3:40 on your Thursday afternoon. We have almost made it to Friday. Let's give you a live look outside right now. Pretty clear skies, the sun peeking out there, but the real show is going to be when it gets dark outside because we're expecting to see a partial lunar eclipse, or almost full, I'm seeing here. I guess that's a better way to look at it. Glass half full,
glass
not
half full
empty
approach.
here. Tom, we should have clear visibility of this tonight.
This is great, Maddie. Yeah, we are expecting mostly clear skies tonight. This is going to be a great celestial show at 11:12 this evening. Take a look. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to have this almost full lunar eclipse tonight at 11:12. So let me explain the science behind this, first of all, which is you have the sun, you have the earth, and then you have the moon. So the moon, which is full tonight, the full sturgeon moon, that is going to be crossing into the Earth's shadow. Now, there are two levels of the Earth's shadow, the penumbra and the umbra. The umbra is the deepest part of the Earth's shadow that gives it that blood red color. 96% of the moon's surface is going to be enveloped in the umbra at 11:12 tonight. Looking in the southeast sky for us, by the way. So 96% of the moon is going to turn blood red. Now, if you go out at 11:15 or 11:20 or 11, you're still going to be able to see it. It's just going to be at its peak at 11:12. So that's the time that you want to mark down. Now, Maddie, this is great because the weather is looking phenomenal, which, so often we talk about the fact that our skies are not very clear, but you can see, and you showed that in your tower camera there, we have a couple of fair weather cumulus clouds and a bit of a lake breeze coming through right now, but these dissipate after sunset, kind of like we saw last night. So all these little pop-up or popcorn clouds, if you want to call them that, will be gone by 11:12 tonight. So that's great news for the viewing. So I wouldn't be concerned about any of those clouds that are out there right now. Temperatures will be in the 60s. Again, a great event. So yes, it's not totally full, but 96% full. So there'll be a little sliver of white on the edge of the moon there. But what a cool event, Maddie. Again, 11:12 is the time frame that you want to mark. And follow me on social media as well. We have a link that I'm going to put on where you can submit. It's a link to a form where you can submit your weather photos. So late tonight, as you see this, I'd love to get all of those moon photos into us here as well, because it's going to be a beautiful one.
Almost full. I can't believe I even, how dare I say partial.
No, you're good.
Here.
You're good.
But no, I'm loving this. I think I'm going to stay up late. You had talked a little bit about those clouds though, and I think is that what made the sunset so beautiful last night? It was stunning.
Yeah, wasn't it gorgeous?
Yeah, it was so stunning.
Yeah, especially if you get a couple of those clouds right when the sun's at the perfect angle, you can get some pretty amazing colors. So yes, so that is something that we've had as well. And I'll tell you, Maddie, I'm just, as you can see behind the scenes, I'm putting the forecast together here right now.
Oh, you do it on a piece of paper?
What's that?
You do it on a piece of paper?
I do. Yeah.
I love
so
that.
just to kind of give you a little behind the scenes here, obviously I'm on a little chroma key. It's a fake background. I'm here at work though. But so I do. I have a piece of paper. I've done this, for decades now. And some people make fun of me because I do. I print out a lot of different things and, we do the analysis and absolutely. So I'm putting everything together and I'll tell you, the heat dome in Texas has been a huge story with intense triple-digit heat. Well, that heat dome is building into our area, and for the kids to go back to school next week, it's going to be in the 90s. So it's going to get hot next week around here. So that's just kind of a tease to the forecast. That's what I'm working on to the forecast. But yes, back to your question, you bet. I am a little old school when it comes to paper and pen around here.
Hey, if the recipe works, don't change it. That's,
right,
I feel like what I live by, so I respect it, Tom. So we're back to 90s next week?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah,
Summer's not
it's
over
going to
yet.
get hot. In fact, this weekend will be in the mid 80s. I'm just kind of looking down here at all the numbers. Heat index 92 on Sunday. Heat index 96 on Monday, 97 Tuesday, although cooler near the lake Tuesday, and then 96 for a heat index on Wednesday. Thunderstorm chances, a lot of folks have been wondering this because of our severe weather issues, obviously, that we've had around here in the last few weeks, so much severe weather. We will have a chance for thunderstorms Saturday afternoon, although that does not look severe. That's probably more rain than anything. And then as we go into Sunday night, that'll be a chance for thunderstorms. Just kind of peeling back the layers, though, right now there's a big, what we call capping inversion or cap in the atmosphere in the forecast on Sunday, so that may limit severe thunderstorm development. No risk areas in place or anything like that. But as we start to turn up the heat and humidity, and I failed to mention dew points, which will be in the 70s by early next week. Anytime we get that soupy atmosphere, we could have some strong storms. So we'll have to watch that. And back to the heat dome, and I'm going to reference this. I'm going to do a video on social media here shortly as well. This heat dome down to our south is going to be critical for two reasons. Number one, it's going to heat us up. But number two, being on the edge of the heat dome or the edge of the ridge of high pressure means we're going to get these ridge rider storms coming through. They ride up and over the ridge of high pressure, and that's going to give us more chances for thunderstorms. Granted, they don't look overly huge next week for thunderstorms in terms of chances, but that's why those chances are also coming back. So it's kind of a twofer here, Maddie, when it comes to the heat and also the storm chances.
Ooh, you'll need some good pens next week because I feel
you
like
better
you'll be
believe
busy.
it. Wait, hang on. Hey, I got a whole, wait a minute. I have a whole pack. I have a whole pack of pens.
You are
yeah,
set.
I'm always ready to go with the pens. You know, it's funny. I was in Florida on vacation a couple years ago, and I was at a restaurant with my wife, and they bring the bill over, and they had a pen in there. Sometimes you don't get the pen, right? But we had the pen, or they put the pen in there, and I loved the pen so much I wrote down the brand of the pen and I've used it ever since. I'm like, this is the best pen I've ever used. So,
what is the brand?
Yeah, I'm kind of a pen guy.
What is the brand of pen? Enlighten us, please.
It's called Pentel. Pentel Wow Pen.
Pentel.
I don't know. I've liked it, and this is not an endorsement in any way.
We're not getting paid for
my
this.
Personal preference. So I always have an order of them on Amazon ready to go.
Chief meteorologist certified pen right there.
Certified pen. That's it. There you go.
Pentel. Going back a little bit to the heat dome, because it's all the way in Texas right now. What's the science behind that expanding and then eventually reaching Wisconsin?
Absolutely. So right now we have been kind of in this weather pattern we've been in really somewhat of a cooler weather pattern as of late, but now we're going to start to see that ridge of high pressure building back in. So what that means is if you think of like a heat bubble, that's down to the south, that's going to start to build up because the jet stream is going to start to come north. And so that's going to bring the heat back up. But what else the jet stream does, it drives storm tracks across the country. So being on the edge of that jet stream is going to do two things. It's going to heat us up, but also bring those thunderstorm chances back. But, the other question, and I think you're kind of alluded to this, Maddie, is, look, here we are getting into September. Why, this is actually a really big point. We have not hit 90 in the month of August in Milwaukee.
Wow.
And we are likely not to hit 90. If we hit it on Sunday, which is a possibility, then the streak will break. But if we don't hit it, it will be the first time since 2017 that Milwaukee has not seen a 90-degree day in the month of August. That's rare. But now it's coming back in September. So again, I think you kind of alluded to this of, it's also coming at kind of a weird time, right? Kids are going back to school. Here we are heading into September. What I've noticed in the last several years, and I think many of our viewers will be kind of with me on this, and Maddie, I think you as well, that, we are seeing more of seasonal shifts in that we don't really warm up around here until mid-June or even late June. And it can stick around until early October. I mean, we've been warm into parts of October. So I think, we're seeing a little more of a shift in that regard, even in our winters as well, where now our winters, we tend not to see much snow. We might get a little surprise event in October, November, but we tend not to see much snow until after Christmas, right? And take the blizzard of March, right? That was in March. So usually most of our snow is January, February, March, right? And then we kind of thaw out a little bit, and then we start to heat up by June. So everything is kind of shifting a little bit more. And I think that can be owed to the climate changing, the shifts in the weather patterns overall. And then I'll add one more, loop in here as well, which is the Super El Nino, which is looking to be the strongest potentially on record, which goes back to 1950. But the signals are huge, and so we're looking at that heading into the winter, which could actually for us mean warmer and drier, maybe not as much snow. So there are a lot of factors here. So I know you asked about the heat dome, and I kind of stretched it from there, but all of this kind of ties together, right? And so I think we're seeing that seasonal expansion. We're seeing the heat dome expand, which is not uncommon into September. So maybe no 90s in August, but 90s in September, and then does this type of a warm-up continue into the winter where we're above average? And that could play a role in our winter precipitation and, of course, winter recreation and all of that. So weather's going to be interesting. I mean, it's always interesting in my opinion, but it's going to get more interesting, I think, as we head into the winter.
It's very interesting to me, too. And you bring up such a good point with the seasonal shifts, because I feel like, you know, kids aren't getting forced to wear coats over their Halloween costumes as much anymore because of those temperature changes. That's so fascinating to me. Could we see, I think, when we're talking here, though, this is something year by year we won't notice as much, but something more like when years go by, in like a decade, could we be seeing another shift where we're going even further into like November, December?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a possibility here. And, you know, you mentioned that with kids in the winter. I mean, my daughter has barely been sledding. I mean, I remember as kids, we would go sledding all the time, and it was cold and it was snowy. And, you know, we are still seeing snow, but it's at different times. Like the March snowstorm, I mean, here you are where it's more of that, you know, heavy snow that just kind of melts. It's not that powdery snow, right? And that comes to seasonal timing as well with that. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think we are seeing everything shifting. I mean, there's no doubt with that. And like you said, you know, climate change, you know, that's become a buzzword, right? Mm-hmm. And it's also, you know, there's so many things that are now going into that. Politics is being injected into science and all these sorts of things. And, you know, I'm very big, keep everything separate. And my biggest thing is that, yes, I mean, you know, look, the earth is changing and the climate is changing. But you raised a very good point in that you can't just say that one blizzard or one heat wave is climate change, right? Climate is over the course of decades and centuries. Weather is day to day, week to week, right? So when I'm on TV, I'm doing weather forecasting, right? You know, the weather patterns, the weather storm systems, day to day, week to week. The climate end of it, if we were to say, well, you know, this blizzard is unusual or this season was unusual, you know, it could be a one-off, right? So you can't just take one. You have to look at it as a whole. And that's what these climatologists do. And they do a wonderful, climate science, wonderful. I have a lot of friends in Colorado that do a lot of this work. And it's really a very, you know, there's a lot that goes into that. And so I think you raise a very good point. And because a lot of times climate and weather, they get mushed together so much that people don't realize that it's decades and centuries. You can't just say that it was this one hurricane that, you know, is climate change that caused this hurricane to crash into Florida. No, it could have been steering currents. It could have been many different factors with that. But then you could also peel back the layers and say, well, you know what? Maybe the Gulf Stream was hotter or the Gulf of Mexico was hotter because owing to climate change, which I sat through an interesting study many years ago with Hurricane Harvey on that. So, you know, there are many connections, but there are so many connections that, you know, you can't, it's often hard to draw just one conclusion, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, I could go on for hours, Maddie. I know we're going to be getting close to the 4, but we should chat more because it is. I mean, the meteorology, climate, science, everything is fascinating, and it's always changing, and that's something that we're always watching. I mean, look at the severe weather season this year for us. It's been crazy. It's been nuts. Mm-hmm. And you know, where does that lead us into the winter and all these different things? So it's fascinating. This is where my brain goes, Maddie, on most days. This is why I have to write everything down.
No, this is where I was just thinking while you were talking, because it's so interesting, everything you're saying. I'm like, can we make this a daily, like, 3:30 thing where we just, like, debrief? Because I am so here for it. It's so interesting.
Let me know. Yeah, I'm here.
To get your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could totally, I love chatting. I love chatting about the weather and everything. It's really interesting. And, you know, and that's something that I love about here on the live desk is we can do that, right? Yep. Like I can't go on I get 3 minutes and 30 seconds on TV, right? So I got to go boom, 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 get it in, get it done, get what I need in there done. So, you know, I love this opportunity because, you know, we can really actually chat. And I think that, you know, hopefully our viewers get a little more enlightened into the process, into the sort of our thinking and the behind the scenes, and, you know, that we're not just back here throwing darts at a dartboard. At least not right now.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree. It's so great to hear. And actually, like, because even, I was telling you, I always tell you, it's like our 10:30 p.m. weather that we have, but like the extended version. It's like Maddie and Tom's version. This is like everything I could want to talk about. I mean, I love weather too. In another life, I would be doing what you're doing. So it's
you know
so
what?
cool.
If you ever want to do it, we're here.
I know. And also, this is live, so you've committed to it that we're going to be having more of these weather debriefs.
All right. Done.
Perfect.
Everyone heard it.
Heard it here
great.
first.
Thank you for having me.
Tom, thanks so much for coming on. Always so great to hear your perspective. I mean, your expertise is like always welcomed here, so we appreciate
thank you.
Well,
I appreciate it, and you're doing a great job.
Thanks so much, Tom. All right, we are going to wrap things up here because we do only have a few minutes left. But again, as we were saying, the almost full, because we look at the positive side here, that it's almost full, the lunar eclipse. Again, that max eclipse timeline, 11/12. Tom, again, plugging social media. He does such a good job on his socials, so definitely give him a follow to get updates on this as well, because, again, the eclipse start 8:23, umbral start is at 9:33, but again, that max eclipse right after 11/11, so you make a wish, and then all of a sudden, you see the almost full lunar eclipse. What an amazing sight that we're expected to see tonight. And again, Tom wants you guys to submit your photos, so be sure to do that as well. I feel like I will definitely be out there with my phone trying to get something. And we were even talking about the clouds earlier, about what we were seeing yesterday a little bit too, but these clouds are going to be gone by the time that eclipse happens, so it should be a really great one. But maybe these will stick around long enough for us to have another beautiful sunset tonight like the one we saw yesterday. So we'll keep it all tabs. Weather is so much fun to talk about. I feel like if you're watching Fox Local, then you probably have sort of an interest in this too, because we love to do this type of stuff on the show, really get into depth and go beyond what we're at the time we're allotted in a newscast, because there is so much that we have to cover sometimes. Thanks for being with me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is almost Friday, you guys. We are so close to making it there, so I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being with me. And again, I'm doing that thing where I keep repeating myself, so I'm going to go. Fox 6 News at 4 will be next in 2 minutes.
She claims I hit her car while I fell asleep driving her car.
I don't want to be on that camera. No.
I don't even know. She was drunk. No, I drove all the way home. We not friends. Yeah, I'm glad it's over.
With stories that matter to you. Fox 6 News at 4 starts right now with breaking news.
And that breaking news coming out of Green Bay. The Brown County District Attorney's Office has charged Packers running back with 2 misdemeanors.
Christina Van Zels live in the newsroom with details of the charges that just came down. Christina?
Ben and Kim, this is in connection to his May arrest. Jacobs is charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of criminal damage to property. Police were called for a report of a disturbance between a man and a woman back on the morning of May 23rd. Prosecutors say Jacobs' girlfriend told police she was looking through his phone, found out he was talking to other girls, and threw the phone. Prosecutors say Jacobs had her phone after a physical struggle and drove away with it. When they both got back to Jacobs' home, that fight continued to get her phone back, and when she tried to leave, prosecutors say Jacobs grabbed her, threw her to the ground, and she hit her head. Investigators say Jacobs' girlfriend did have a lump on her head as a result of Jacobs' actions. Investigators say surveillance video also does show parts of that altercation. Now, the charges, they do not include domestic violence, which is one of the charges